Hey, Chris, just testing to make sure you can hear me. Chris, just checking to see if you can hear me. Hmm.
Councilman Cavanagh, can you hear us okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Try that again.
I can hear you. Can you hear
Great.
me?
Perfect.
Great.
Thank you.
Chris. Appreciate it. Thanks, team.
Council will call this meeting to order. For the record, it is November 19th, 2024 at 4:30 PM. We'll begin this afternoon's work session with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh,
Here.
Councilwoman Little Roberts, Councilman Taylor,
Here.
Councilman Overton,
Here.
Councilman Whitlock,
Here.
Councilwoman Strader,
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. Next up is the adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
I move that we adopt the agenda as published.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Hi.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Next up is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
I move that we approve the consent agenda for the mayor to sign and clerk to attest.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is agreed to. There were no items moved from the consent agenda, so we go on to Department Commissioner reports. First up, item 13, Finance Quarterly Financial Update. Mr. Lavoy, nice to see you again. Yeah, I think it's been a month.
It's been a while, Robert. Good to see you. Good afternoon, members of the council. Again, appreciate you allowing me to present this topic to you today. All right, so let's see if this is working. Okay, we're good to go. So again, today's agenda is we're going to talk to you about our November finance quarterly update. This email was presented, or this data was presented to you on November 5th via email. So what we're doing is we're just going verbally over what we've presented to you, and happy to have any discussions at any point in time about the topic that is being discussed, which is primarily property tax. So anytime, please interrupt me. Go ahead, let's talk about it. We want to use this as an educational opportunity for anybody on any of the topics that we're discussing tonight. So again, we'll go over property tax 101. We'll talk about the levy rate. The state and the county have issued our levy rate for the upcoming year, so we'll talk about that. We'll talk about the property tax burden. Our property taxes come from primarily residential, but also commercial. I'll kind of introduce you to that concept. And then property tax comparisons, and then we'll also talk about what our next quarterly update is. And then I believe Luke is online. Luke and I have been working on an idea to have finance or any other department present other topics to you. So we're going to introduce that kind of concept to you at the very end. Luke will give some thoughts on that concept as well. So that's the agenda for today. First off was Property Tax 101. The state mandates and controls basically everything we do within property taxes. They do have a code that we have to follow. You've heard about the 3% rule. Again, that is a state mandate. We can only increase our property taxes by 3%. The state mandates that. And then a few years ago, they increased or introduced a concept of, yeah, you can increase it by 3%, but your total can't increase by more than 8%. So that's been in place for 3 years. And we do have some code here, that's 63802. So again, that is what mandates us on that perspective, which we follow. And then I threw in a separate code in there, 63301A. This is new construction. This is where the county assesses any new properties that have come on the roll since they last issued the property tax roll to us, and we get to treat that as new resource revenues. Again, we'll talk about that concept a little later, but again, wanted to add that code in there that the state and the county control that as well. So the only thing so far that we really control is the 3%. Everything else the state kind of controls. We have 4 major components that we use to manage our property taxes. The first bubble is what we call base property taxes. And this is determined by the state's code that we can reference our highest amount of property taxes collected over the previous 3 years. So we get to choose that. Historically, we've always chosen the highest number because that is what we've selected to cover the base or this current level of service today. So for fiscal year 2025, we've determined how much money we need to provide the citizens a service level of today. And that includes so much property tax. Usually, you ask us to continue that level of service the next following year. So that means I need the same level of property taxes for this year, for next year. So traditionally, we've always taken the highest level of property taxes because that's the level of service that you've asked us to provide your citizens. So that is what we call our base property taxes. And that's going to be the highest property taxes collected over the previous 3 years. The next component to our property tax calculation is allowable property taxes, which is the 3%. That's the one lever that you have that you can select 0 to 3% on an annual basis. You've heard me long enough for years. I tell you to take the 3% every year. I'll continue to stand on my soapbox and say, take the 3% every year because that's what we use to cover cost of doing business. Merit increases, step plan increases, health benefits, fuel costs. That's the management guidance that I've provided the city council over the years, and I still believe that is the right guidance, is use that 3% to cover the cost of doing business for the city of Meridian. The next one is new construction, kind of referenced that on a previous slide. This revenue source is created from the new properties added to the roll since the last property tax roll was conducted. So that means we now have a new impact to the city that we now need to service. We get new revenues to cover, in theory, we get new revenues to cover those new impacts. That's the business approach and management approach I've guided you, is if we have a new impact, use those revenues to get new resources to provide the services for those new impacts. That's the guidance I've given you. Again, we've been able to do that in the past. So if we get new resources, we use that to usually get new firefighters, new police officers, new communications people, new finance people. That's the normal practice that we've done in the past. And I will continue to promote, use new construction to pay for new resources to provide for the new impacts to the city. And then the fourth component is new annexation. This is nominal at this point in time in our city's life cycle. 15 years ago, it had a much more impact. Now it's 30 grand a year. So it's not really too much of an impact, but it's the same concept when you have new land that comes onto our property roll, you get that value. But right now it's pretty nominal at $30,000 a year. So can't really do too much with that. Add all those things up. that is what we get to total property taxes. Fiscal 25 is the first time we added a new component. I did not put that on the bubble here, but that's called foregone. And I don't think we want to make that a practice, but again, we made the right decision for fiscal 25. We needed it for the public safety needs, but you could add another bubble there called foregone. But again, I did not include that in there, but you could add that as a component of revenue source for property taxes.
Mayor.
And on this slide, I think I did add it on there from a math.
Todd, 1 second.
Oh, yeah, sorry,
Oh,
sorry,
wow.
apologize.
If you don't mind if I just interrupt as you go, how true is that statement that the 3% maintains the level of service given inflation and everything else that plays?
When you say how true is that statement, again, we've promoted that practice and we've been managing with that practice to the best of our ability. But are you saying, I mean, when you say how true is it,
How do costs compare?
How
Well-
confident are you that
I can tell you right now, there's no way 3% covers our cost of doing business anymore. Our payroll loan, when you do, our payroll loan for public safety is higher than property tax value itself. So this year's property tax number for 2025 is 50 million flat. Payroll loan for public safety is greater than 50 million. So in theory, if you gave them a 3% increase, and you get a 3% increase from property taxes, which is a lower number, you're already working on a deficit situation. These last 2 years is the first year we had that in the last 15 years occur. So we are now in a new phase of our city's development or lifespan. So it's brand new it's kind of new to us. We had this about 10 to 15 years ago, but now this is a new component that we have to manage and accordingly, but it won't cover it. Hence why I always said, take the 3, because I'm already at a negative situation. But that's a fair question. So with that, we gone over the concept of how we manage, how we promote the management of financial resources for property taxes. So for fiscal 2025, the budget we just passed, your base property taxes is 47.6. Allowable was 3%, or what we call the 3%. We did maximize that opportunity this year, so we get $1.4 million. Brian, as you stated, does that cover everything? The answer is no. Are we going to have to find other ways to finance those other things? The answer is yes. New construction. So this is, again, the new impacts to the city. We have new people moving in. We have new businesses moving in. They expect the same level of service. All right, let's use this new money to keep that level of service going. We got $1.3 million of new dollars, new annexations, 46. In that last component is foregone and exemptions. The state mandates that we have some exemptions in there for different property types, so they actually do a reduction in our collections of property taxes. But we did ask for about $500,000 this year, so when you net out to 2, that is what we get from foregone and exemptions. At the end of the day, the county did approve our $50.7 million request for property taxes to be collected on our behalf by them. So with that, again, total property taxes for the city of Meridian and how they then calculate a levy rate. They take that number, they do the mathematics and figure out how much property we have of value above the dirt. And then they say, hey, this is your levy rate. So they calculate the levy rate, then they apply that levy rate to every taxable property in the city of Meridian. So again, that formula stays the same, but I'm going to apply the numbers. There's your property tax that we got approved at 50 million. The county has currently calculated the value of the city of Meridian above dirt is 24.9 billion. That's the value of it. Do simple math and it gets you to a levy rate of 0.00203. That is your levy rate for the next fiscal year or calendar year. It's already on your tax assessments. If you go to the assessor, you'll see it's there, but we're at 0.00203 for the upcoming year. And I'm guessing the question is that good? Is that high? That's low. It's a year over year reduction from last year. And you can see over since the last 21 years, during the Great Recession, it went up. Then over the last many years, it's been going down on a downward trend. And we don't see too much change unless we have another economic situation. The downward trend should continue to occur for the next foreseeable future. So I wouldn't be surprised if our levy rate's below 2 next year, based on where it's at right now.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Todd, quick question.
Yes,
So
sir.
long-term trend going down, is that because the value of the property within the city is outpacing the rate at which we're collecting property taxes?
Correct. Yeah, you're 100% correct. The largest impact on a levy rate is the valuation that the county gives us. It's, again, we can only increase our property taxes so much. But if values go up 20%, your home may have gone up 20% this year, yours might have gone down 3 years, again, that will have a larger impact on that number calculation than us increasing it 8%, in my opinion. Assessor may have a different opinion, but my opinion is if the values go up 22% and we only increase our property tax by 8, the larger number is 20%, not 8. And that will have a larger increase on that. Yeah. And this next slide, I think, will support your arguments. The line bar is your levy rate. The bar graphs are how many times when you took the 3% or not. So you'll see kind of right in the middle there, you had 3 years there where we didn't take the 3%, but what happened to your levy rate? The property value of Ada's County had the bigger determinant factor on the levy rate than we did. We didn't increase the budget, but the levy rate went up. I know it's counterintuitive, because I make the argument that the valuation that Ada County gives us has a larger impact on the levy rate. And then after that slide, you'll see that we've taken 3% or a percentage of something majority of the time, but your levy rate goes down. Wait a minute, I thought we increased property taxes, because the valuation that Ada County gives, in my opinion, has a larger impact on the mathematical formula at the end of the day. Regardless of your discussions here that, you know, we're not going to take the 3%, we're not going to raise your taxes. That's an impossible statement for us to make, because we only make up 40% of a levy rate. So again, we can't say that, because your house might go up 8%, yours goes down 2, yours is up 20. Well, 2/3 of your customers here just had property taxes go up. So we can never make the statement that, yeah, by not taking 3%, your property taxes will go down. That's impossible. So again, this, I think, supports what you're talking about. Yeah, the county has a bigger impact on it, because you can see we take the 3%, but the levy rate keeps going down for some reason. Because the levy rate, the total valuation trumps the levy, or 3% at the end of the day. So with that total taxable value, kind of what you're talking about, Brian, it's like, yeah, the city's done well. There's a lot of valuation. This is all controlled by the county and all controlled by the economic environment that is out of our control. This is where your city stands at a valuation standpoint. And it goes exactly what you're talking about, Doug. The valuation is going, the levy rate goes down because this bar keeps going up. And I don't see it really changing much. Yeah, we had that correction last year, which we knew was going to happen. They were trying to do some tax relief. This year just we caught back up real quick. See another, so again, I'm just going to go through these slides pretty quick. This is your base property taxes over a year. It's, again, we're always going to take the previous years most likely, because that's the level of service you've asked your departments to serve. We can't really go to a lower level, or you just have to start cutting services. Allowable property taxes. Again, this is the 3%. We don't take it every year, but when we do take it, you can see that kind of the numbers are a little bit higher. This is the slide that you've heard from me in emails, the concerning one. This is your new construction. This is what we use to pay for new things, in my opinion, on how we run a city's financials. You know, after we paid all the bills, after we paid everyone's salaries, made everything, this is the new stuff. Okay, what do you need new? Oh, we had 10,000 new people move here. Let's get some police officers. Let's get a park. Let's do something. This is, in my opinion, what pays for that. Unfortunately, it's on a downward slide. It's going to continue to go on a downward slide, in my opinion. That means we have less to work with. And my concern, my opinion, my thoughts are, we just have to, I think, have a few more discussions in the future, how we're going to manage this new revenues, unless we can find some other new revenue sources to help pay for new ongoing needs. And these are all ongoing dollars. That's a good thing about this. This is new ongoing dollars, but unfortunately it's at a declining rate. And we project it's going to continue this kind of pattern for the next number of years.
And Todd, and that's at 90% of what the new construction value would normally be based upon a lower levy rate. So it's almost, in a lot of ways, 50% of what it could have been if things were different with our levy rate.
Yeah, we're getting hit twice, 90% plus a lower levy rate. And so every time our levy rate goes lower and lower, you're right, Robert, we just get hit less and less and less, unfortunately. Yeah.
Or more and more and more.
Yeah. So again, not a great thing for us, but again, we will manage, we'll live with within the means that we have. But that's our new construction and then annexation. As I mentioned, years past, it was great, but again, we've now annexed mostly everything, so it's become a nominal value for us to really concern ourselves with. It's 46 grand this year. So you put it all together, this is your total property tax sources. Again, if it's going to grow every single year, the city's growing every single year. We continue to open, stations and parks and things like that. These are the necessary resources to keep the services where our citizens want them. So with that gets us into the next concept called burden management. The county tracks all of our properties for us by type. And the types that track for us are commercial, farm, manufactured homes, operating. You can see the list there. Majority of our revenue comes from residential. We know what our city is, it's residential. The next biggest source is commercial. You can see everything else is very nominal. The next slide just shows you have the 100% kind of view of it. So this year we are receiving 68.3% of our revenue from residential and 29.8% from our commercial. That pretty much makes up 100%. The largest,
Mr. Mayor?
yep, go ahead.
Councilman Taylor.
Yes, Doug.
Real quick, is there just looking at these percentages, we're about 70-30 for the most part. Is there a sort of a healthy balance that, you would understand to be like, we want to be 65-35 or 70-30 is good? Or is there any indication kind of out there in your world of management?
Unfortunately, there's not, again, within the state, there are some states that are 98% commercial and 2% residential. It all depends. I think one example is kind of where the Chobani plant is. I think that area is mostly, that city is mostly just that plant, but then the residential is kind of outside of it. So they're completely shifted. And I think Boise is going to be probably closer to probably 40%, 50% commercial because they got downtown, high valued properties. So there is no magic equation. It's what the city has is what the city has. No mathematical perfect situation, unfortunately.
Well, and I'll take a different stab at that in a different way. I think if you go back and you use this chart, and you look back over the times the legislature has made adjustments or not adjusted the homeowner exemption, it almost looks at about a 70-30 area where we tend to have residents not feel the increased burden in a lot of ways. I mean, you can almost track this with changes in the legislature in a lot of way. And the one from the last 2 years is a change in assessor and some of the assessments that has created a little bit of downward shift in that. So, is it the right mix? I don't know, but it is definitely that mix about 70-30 that traditionally exists from what I would say when you look at legislative changes and the indexing to homeowners or not and making those type of changes.
Again, again, we do track this. We want to, make sure that we don't have any deviations too great or too not great. So again, we just track the data and it's just lets us know that, our residential, our burden still is fair. Next item is, this is your levy rate, or not your, but residential properties within the city of Meridian are going to have this levy rate on their next bill. Again, this is on the assessor's office. You can obtain it now. For this next upcoming year, we make up 40% of the bill, with the county taking 31% at the next one. So again, I made the statement that, we can never guarantee anyone lower taxes or higher taxes because we only make up 40%. If this school district wants to pass a bond, well, you have no influence on that. So again, for us to say we can lower or not lower taxes, just know that we only make up 40% of the tax bill.
And Todd, maybe leave that up for a second, is traditionally city, county, and school with the bonds were relatively equal in the percentage of the tax burden. But obviously with the bonds being paid off and stuff, it's definitely shifting your tax bill to be where a greater percentage with the school district is falling off. So even from a visual on that percentage, could impact people's perception of our tax base and rates.
Very fair. Yep. Like I said, if the school gets another bond pass, well, then percentages change again. This is our property tax comparison. Again, we've provided this data in other emails as well. We do track 6 homes. We've been tracking them since I think 2006. This is our most recent property tax valuation per Ada County. So of the 6 homes, our average home price is $490,217. The average change in market value that we saw for our 6 homes was $21,633 in the positive. So we did go up year over year for our residential comparison. Percentages, these are the individual homes you can see. We had 0.1 to 9.3. So again, the 0.1 home, they're gonna have lower taxes. 0.1 is less than the levy rate increase that we saw. So they're going to have lower taxes, but the 9.3 is higher than the levy rate decrease that we saw year over year. So therefore they're going to have more taxes. So again, for that discussion of everyone has a different experience. Average home price was up 4.61% in that comparison. This is the city of Meridian taxes only. Again, in 2006, using our averages of the 6 properties, the average home paid $458 a year for the services provided to them by the city of Meridian in 2006. 2024, it's going to be $742.50 on average. That's 62%. Almost over 18 years. I think if you do the math, that's like 2-point-something percentage on an annualized basis. So right around inflation. So again, that's where the residential's city of Meridian portion, again, not the total, but city of Meridian portion of taxes. That's how it looks for an average home. Total property taxes, if you take the whole bill itself, again, it's gone up 2.20%. Since 2006, divide that by 18, it's nominal. So for people, when you have your discussions with your property tax, your homeowners out there, and their property taxes haven't increased since 2006, and I would make the argument they haven't. Have they gone up and down? Sure. All depends when you buy it. Sure. But from our 6 homes that we analyzed, you can see from 1782 to 1818, that's not a ton. But that's your total tax bill, not just us alone. We also do this for our commercial. We track, I think, 11 properties in commercial. Average commercial property in our collection of data is $11 million. The average increase per property was $88,456 year over year. And then this is their annualized year over year. Again, 4 properties had 0% changes. Again, commercial, that's much more difficult, kind of like Robert was talking about. Commercial's a kind of a fun thing for Ada County to have to manage. Hence why Robert made a few comments. You see the fluctuation of burden changes. 4 of them got 0 changes, whereas almost every property in residential went up. 1.9% increase on average on the 11 properties that we track. For commercial, residential is 4.61. So you can see there's a 3% gap between the 2 property sources that we have. With that, again, if you only go up 1%, your year over year tax burden isn't going to change much. As you can see, it actually went down because our levy rate went down greater than 1%. I forget what the percentage was, but since it went down greater than 1% and your property only went down 1%, your property taxes will go down the difference. Sorry if I lost you there. So property taxes went down, the levy rate went down, I think it was like 4.5%. So we went from a 0.00207 to a 0.002003. So that was like 4%. If your property tax levy went down 4%, but your property value only went up 1%, that means you have a 4 minus 1 equals negative 3. So you should see a property tax reduction. Residential had the opposite. Again, we reduced our levy rate by 4, but let's just say John's house went up 9. Well, 9 minus 4 equals 5. He should see a 5% increase in his property taxes, if that makes sense. So we had a year-over-year reduction in commercial property taxes because the levy rate went down, the property values only went up 1%, so therefore they should see that. And then their total taxable bill, they've done very well for the last 10 years. Again, different conversation, different day. But again, commercial has been paying less and less and less and less and less, other than the 1 year last year when they wanted to fix the assessment, but then the assessment corrected itself. So that's commercial. Go ahead. Oh, I thought I heard something. I apologize. So again, that is commercial total property taxes there. So again, recap what we've covered today. Property tax 101, levy rate history, comparisons, burdens. What we're going to do next quarter is going to be my financial update for fiscal year 2024's update. I would let you know how we did budget to actual, basically the report card. Did we achieve it, not achieve it? Did we come short? Changes to fund balance, our top 5 revenue sources and our top 5 expenses. So that'll be our next quarterly update. Then that gets us to this new topic. Again, Luke, I think you're online. This is, navigating numbers with finance. Again, it's kind of a learning opportunity that we're happy to participate in. That's why we're here today talking about property taxes. These are some of the concepts or ideas that Luke and I talked about as opportunities to stand in front of you, be it me, any director, any subject matter expert. Again, we're happy to be involved and have these discussions with you so that you're informed and comfortable with the decisions you're making. Again, if there's 1 or 2, sweet. If there's none, again, we respect that. Again, Luke, hand it over to you if you have any additional words you want to talk about this concept that you brought forward.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. LeBoy. Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Councilman Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, council, this is, I think, a continuation of a conversation many of us have had of this council's desire to level up and to continue to learn more about the various funding sources and the financial obligations that the city has. So I want to thank Mr. LeBoy for bringing a lot of these ideas. But council, we're not limited to this. And so if there is something that Mr. LeBoy presents on or sends us an email on that you would like that to be a future, monthly finance update, I would encourage you to keep having that conversation with the finance department or with me so that we can make sure that we are accommodating your requests. And listen, Mr. Mayor, if I may, just a couple of questions for our CFO.
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. LeBoy, I wish every citizen could watch this presentation because I think it's really enlightening and helps, I think, many of us really understand the ebbs and flows of city budgeting. My question is, as I understand, the city of Cuna assesses a mitigation fee for schools. And I read an article recently about the city of Star charges a mitigation fee for police services. Now, I'd be apprehensive about charging a fee for an ongoing expense, but can you maybe explain to the council the legality of mitigation fees, where they make sense, where they don't, and if that's something that the city council should look to explore?
And Mr. Cavanagh, I have heard about the Star one. I have not heard about the Cuna one. I know that Pocatello tried this a number of years ago, and they actually called it the TAX tax system or something like that. And that was shot down. I do not believe that we can charge a profit to citizens for services. Again, I have talked to a few people about the Star one. And again, I'm more happy to work with the legal department to go, can you create a profit situation just so you can cover expenses X and Y? That's how I understand the Star project to be, is they're just trying to generate more revenues above and beyond the existing property tax and development sources that they have. And I believe that is what Pocatello tried 10 years ago. But again, I'm happy to work with legal to find the legal reasons of that, but I would not promote that to you. But again, I'm happy to work with legal department to find the legalities and see what tools are available in your toolbox.
Great. I don't think that's maybe necessary this time. I think more just continuing the conversation to learn more. So I appreciate that insight.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor.
Some share.
Thank you so much, Todd. It's always great having you present Just a couple things. I thought it would be great if you have a 2-minute update on the CFP process for everyone. And then I also thought it would be helpful to just kind of give us an overview in terms of what you're expecting going forward. We all have the fourth quarter revenue review. I thought it was really interesting. The residential permitting is slightly down and the multifamily permitting is significantly down, and that's all in response to the interest rate cycle. What do you expect going forward for new construction revenue, and how should council start thinking about that within the context of future budgets?
Fair question. Again, thank you. Liz, the new construction, we'll hit that one first. Every year, the growth committee will provide you a projection of what we believe the city's future development looks like for the next 25 years. We'll do that again this coming March or April. We'll provide that with you. Based on our last report, I can tell you that the development in our forecast data shows it's still on a downward slide. Again, we're still growing. Don't get me wrong, 1,500 permits a year is still pretty amazing. Many cities would love to have those numbers. I think we got used to 2,600 and 2,500 and 3,000 permits. I think we got used to that. But still, 1,000 permits a year, 1,500 permits a year, 1,200 permits a year is still a growing, vibrant city. But that does have a smaller revenue source. We look at development revenue as one time, which is kind of our safety net. We don't use it to pay for ongoing. So as that one-time revenue source declines, again, we just have to stand in front of you and say, well, we don't buy as many one-time things, which is a lot easier to manage than paying for salaries and hiring new people. So we believe the future for the city is still growing, just at a slower pace, still at a healthy pace, just not at the record levels that we got used to, 6, 7 years ago. So revenues, not too concerned. They are one-time in nature. We use one-time in nature revenues to pay for one-time in nature expenses. So when we have discussions about one-time in nature expenses, you'll ask me the question, do we have the money? And I'll be able to answer it pretty easily for you. The other one was CFP. So our comprehensive financial plan. We are working, or finance is working with Liz and Ann on kind of looking at the content that was delivered to the finance department from your directors. The comprehensive financial plan, just a quick 10-second review of what it is. Every year we ask your subject matter experts, the council, your directors, to submit to finance a collection of their needs for the next 10 years. So if they need another employee, they need another truck, they need another engine, station, whatnot, they submit that to us. And then we have a collection of these expenses. And then we kind of massage the data, figure out what we can fund in a kind of a cash flow forecast. I can't pay for everything in 1 year, but if we spread it out over 10, can I fund that? And, so that's what the CFP is. It's kind of a guiding document to assist us with making decisions on maybe timing of expenses. So to update where we are, your directors and subject matter experts have submitted their current list of requests to us. Again, it is a fluid document. It's always moving and changing. Finance is working with Ann and Liz right now. We're looking at the content that has been delivered to finance. And then we are now starting to have discussions with all your directors, Liz and Ann in finance, and other council members. Okay, council is involved. Awesome. So legislative branch is now working with the executive branch on their requests, just so you can be informed. So we can make informed decisions. And then once we have those interviews done, we might make some changes, and then Robert will be involved as well. So then the two branches will come together and we'll figure out what is a kind of a game plan for the next 5 years of requests. Can't fund everything, but at least this allows you to have those discussions with your directors, with Robert, with the two branches, go, okay, this is kind of our tentative plan. Let's just keep that on the whiteboard, and every year we adjust accordingly and just kind of move things in and out every single year. So is that a clear update? I think 2 minutes?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, that's perfect. I think for those initial meetings, each city council liaison should have been invited already to a meeting. If you haven't been, please mention it to us and we'll make sure that you are. So that way everyone has an opportunity to take a look at it. And then I think what would be lovely and something we could talk about would be seeing some presentations as we go through that process early next year. I think we have a real opportunity to discuss as a group. I recommend that, but TBD on that.
Fair.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Taylor.
Todd, you used the numbers and kind of painted a picture of kind of like a widening gap between what our kind of baseline revenues will pay for with all the kind of the new stuff. You talked about the 50 million in property tax, and that's kind of eaten up right away with
Oh.
public safety salaries, et cetera.
Sure.
Do you, and I know there's other revenue sources obviously that we
Yes.
have, which that's kind of
Yes.
how we balance all of this out. But I guess the question I may be getting at a little bit is, are you able to, or are you wanting to, or are you asking council to look at, are there other ways to derive revenue that are different from the current revenue streams that we have?
At this moment, I would not, again, I'm not asking you to find other revenue sources. Again, we're kind of limited in what we can do. The state mandates our revenue source collection process. And we only have so many levers. So I'm not really asking anybody to go find revenue. It is what we have. If anything, you can influence the state legislature to change things. That would be pretty fantastic. But
Get them?
fair. But I wouldn't ask you to go find any new revenues. Again, as Robert stated earlier, if we didn't have some of these changes to the tax bills, we wouldn't be collecting just 90%. We'll be collecting 100%. Would be able to use a higher levy rate to calculate our new construction for the new impacts for the city. Again, there are things that we would benefit from that, you know, but again, from finding new revenues, I wouldn't say spend any time on that. Again, it is what it is. We only have so many things we can charge revenues for.
Mayor.
Councilman Whitlock.
Mayor, Todd, just, this is very helpful. The 101 is extremely valuable. You might need to get it down to property tax for dummies for a certain member of the council, but everybody else, you're probably safe at 201.
Okay.
Color in the edges for me on new construction. I understand the 90%. I understand the 8%. I understand what happens in the year that we assess the new construction. What happens in year 2? How is that folded into the base? How do we treat that property moving forward?
Fair question. So when the county tells us what our new construction is, in this case, I think if I recall from the slide, $1.4 million, it said you have $1.4 million of new ongoing revenues. Council, you get to decide what you want to do with it. And we did that for 2025. We did X, Y, and Z. That then gets added to that final number way off to the right on that bubble slide that said 50 million. So it gets rolled into that 50 million. So next year, that is now going to be our base. So if we go back to the formula,
In your base and subject to whatever you take the next year, 1%, 2%, 3%.
yeah, that becomes your first number on the, holy moly, this is last, I apologize.
Making me dizzy. I know where you're going.
Oh, is everyone sick now? It's like, sorry for those online. So that 50 number all the way to the right, next year when I stand in front of you with this exact same slide, it's on your left. So that is now your base. Those are the revenues you've asked your directors, your departments to fulfill the level of service that you've approved in the fiscal year 2025 budget. And you expect us to do that again next year and next year and next year and next year. New construction will go, hey, I need you to do that plus this. And then that becomes our, so that's just how we manage is the base is what you expect us to do today. And you want us to continue to do tomorrow and tomorrow. And we will, unless instructed differently. The new construction goes, hey, this is, I need station number 9. I need park, Whitlock Park, whatnot. Those are the things that would use new construction to go, okay, you're doing what you're doing now, use the new to pay for this new thing. And then that becomes that far right number. Then it becomes your far left number the following year, if that makes sense. Yeah, so it just rolls.
Very helpful.
Sorry if it was confusing, sorry.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
my last question. Are you surprised that the foregone revenue is only 271,000 when in our budget discussions, we were talking it being closer to 500,000? Does that surprise you?
The answer is no. So the exemptions, the state controls the exemptions. They actually reduce our property tax request because of certain property types. So when you look at our submission form to the county, it's 500 grand. I didn't create a 6 box for exemptions. It is confusing. I apologize. I netted the two numbers. So your 500 that you wanted got approved by the county. They just reduced that number because they have exemptions. They do every single year. They say, well, you can't collect everything. Certain properties are not exempt, or they are exempt from your collecting. In this case, it's about $250,000. So I apologize. Your 500 got approved. They just take 250 more from us because of state code and things like that, out of our control. Yeah, they determine that number.
So you're
We find
saying
out
there's
later.
a chance for more opportunities by state code changes?
Yes.
Councilman Whitlock.
And just to clarify, if we hadn't taken the foregone, there still would have been the exemptions.
Confirmed. State and county control all that. That they tell us that at the very end of the process. They go, oh, by the way, I'm reducing your number by that. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, 100%.
So as much, sorry, follow up, as much
Yeah.
effort as we put into trying to really balance this budget, get to a bottom line. We don't know what that exemption, I mean, we have a ballpark, but
Yeah.
in future budgeting, do we need to have that conversation that whatever we pass is probably going to,
I don't think
the
there's a
exemption.
value, I don't think it's a material concern. 250,000 over a $50 million number. You know, as Liz would state, or we have discussions that I'm off by 1% every single year on property taxes, which is going to offset the $250,000 loss on this. So I'm usually 101, we usually collect 101% of the property taxes, which is about $600,000 more than what we asked for, because we have previous years' collections. We don't collect 100% of property taxes, just to let you. So we have the delinquents finally coming in, helping us out. So the extra money we collect here will offset the reduction in this exemption. So I don't think it's a material concern that we have to get to that finite number. So when you net the two, I don't believe it's material where we have to get to that point. It's about $150,000 to $250,000 a year. When it starts becoming material, I completely agree with you that, and then we have to have that discussion. I don't think 250 is material for out of $50 million.
Council, any additional questions? Okay. Thank you very much, Todd. Welcome back. Great to see you.
Thank you very much.
I meant to stop in your office twice today and I just couldn't get down there. So just want to let you know we missed you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good night.
Okay, with that, we'll move on to item 14, arterial roadway landscaping discussion. Mr. Barton.
Good afternoon, council. Thank you for your time this afternoon. Chris was gonna, I think he's queuing up a short presentation. We want to talk to you this afternoon about some roadway projects that are in the works. We have 3 projects. There's 2 on U-Stick. So there's U-Stick Road and there's Linder Road. U-Stick Road is currently U-Stick Blacktop to 10 Mile Road. Was bid out and contractor has notice to proceed. They're going to start construction here soon. That roadway is currently designed with center medians for landscaping or some kind of treatment in there. The next section on U-Stick is 10 Mile to Linder, and that one is coming up the following year. Same kind of thing. It's designed with center medians for landscaping, both for beautification and for traffic calming. And the third one is the Linder Road. Linder Road ties into the overpass. So when that happens, actually the phase 1, which is near Overland, is going to start a little bit sooner than phase 2. Phase 2 will go with the overpass project. And that roadway project is being designed with both center medians and buffer strips on the side. So the road section is center medians, lanes of travel, curb gutter, a buffer strip, and then a multi-use path on the side. So based on previous council's direction in 2023, we've been working with ACHD and we've designed these islands in these roadway projects for some kind of treatment. Linda Road was kind of a, yeah, that's an important corridor. Ustick Road being an important corridor because that's going to be an entryway into the city. With the State Highway 16 interchange being built right there. The timing of these, the sequencing of Ustick Road is maybe a little bit off. You'd think it would either go west to east or in reverse, but it's kind of jumping around. Owyhee Storm to McDermott, I think is in 2027. So it's middle, beginning, and then closer to the state highway. Anyway, so what I want to talk to you about this afternoon is just show you some concepts. I want to also discuss likely upfront cost and then any ongoing costs. And I was thinking to myself in a lot of ways, I thought I really wished I would have gone first before Todd's presentation, but here we go. So again, Ustick corridor, those are the two sections that we're talking about. Based on the landscape matrix that was done and presented to council in 2023, we came up with a low, medium, and high, both in terms of maintenance and in terms of cost up front. This checks the low maintenance. It's not no maintenance, but it's super low maintenance in both cost and maintenance. So it's a mixture of stamped concrete and boulders and some upright elements that provide visual interest and also traffic calming. So ACHD is committed to giving the city a credit towards these improvements. We have because this segment has been bid, we have a fixed amount of the credit. This credit is $132,000. So our cost, we would need an additional $62,000 in one time. And then the ongoing maintenance for a treatment like this would be $6,500 annually. So the next segment, the 10 on Ustick, 10 mile to Linda Road, because that hasn't been bid yet, we don't have an exact reimbursement cost, but we're thinking that it's based on stamped concrete for the center median. So it should be relatively close in that $132,000 credit towards the improvements. So again, same kind of numbers. We're looking at $62,000 in a one-time cost and $6,500 annually for the maintenance. And then Linda Road, I think everybody's familiar with Linda Road. Phase 1 is south of the interstate. Phase 2 is north of the interstate. The treatment there, again, low water consumptive plants, boulders, median trees. The one unique feature of this segment is the addition of some art that Cassandra's been working through the public process and settled on a design. I'm not sure if council's seen this yet or not. And I mean, if not, Cassandra can come back and kind of go into more details with that. It's a series of metal birds that go down through the center median, and it's just in one median. These would be uplit with low voltage lighting underneath them. It's a really cool feature. Concept is really neat. So this is budgeted for with MAPS dollars, and pretty bulletproof as far as maintenance goes. They're all steel. The plan is to put some grasses around these that are low maintenance, big boulders in the center to help shield those from vehicles that want to leave the roadway. So we're trying to be thoughtful about things that may happen out there because it seems to happen. So that's more of a rendering. And then the landscape rendering in the upper left-hand corner, you can see is that mixture of stamped concrete and some really drought tolerant, low maintenance plant material. So again, ACHD has offered a credit for the stamped concrete that they don't have to do. We don't know what that credit is yet because the project hasn't been bid, but we think that it's comparable as far as square footage costs go. It might be, I would think maybe a little higher a couple of years as, bids, maybe there's a little bit of cost escalation in some of these projects. But to implement this, we would need a one-time budget request during the next budget process of $300,000, and then a total of $8,250 in annual ongoing maintenance cost. So that is my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have, and maybe just some direction. We had previous direction to work with ACHD and kind of get these things going with setter medians, and we need direction. Keep going? Are we good? Or is there something else that do we need to pivot?
Thank you. Council questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. The ongoing maintenance, is that done by our in-house team or is that contracted out?
Yeah, thank you for that question. We contract that out.
Follow up?
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Mike, what's our total cost outgoing now to contracted for roundabouts and things that we've already got currently?
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Roberts, great question. I'm going to say that it's about $350,000 a year, and I can get you an exact number. We just rebid that contract for 3 years and then a couple of renewal years. And so it's much more than road medians and landscaping. It's the landscaping at City Hall. It's police station, fire station, ACHD, drain beds, public works, well houses. We have a total of almost 60 sites that we maintain. Meridian Road interchange, 10-mile interchange. 10-mile road medians, we were really fortunate to have one of our good partners. If we made the improvements, they would assume the maintenance of that, which is going to reduce that contract going forward by a little bit. I think it was about $10,000 a year that'll be reduced. So yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. Roundabouts. The list goes on. I can send you the list and get you an exact dollar amount if that's helpful.
That would be great. Thank you.
Perfect. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Strader.
Thanks a lot, Mike. I feel like you're headed in the right direction generally. It's what I really appreciate about what your team is doing is trying to take this more systematic approach. So it's not like every time there's a roundabout, we're reinventing the wheel. Like, I think the consistency is really great. So I appreciate that. I did have a question. The budget request of $300,000 for upfront costs for the Linder Road improvements, is that net of the anticipated contribution from ACHD? Okay.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I feel like personally, I feel like it's headed in the right direction. Feels like a good value. It looks nice, is attractive, but it's not hugely expensive. It feels like you struck the right balance to me so far. I think you're headed in the right direction.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
Mike, just a quick question. That $350,000, is this project, I guess, impact fee eligible? Or do we need to come out of our general fund?
This is general fund. It is not impact fee eligible.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman.
No, not at all. Please.
Mike's done a great job. And I just, on that question a little bit, there is an option. I want to refresh everyone's memory. Council did allocate $2.5 million to the Linder Road overpass, primarily for design, but it looks like design is going to come in about 1.7, 1.8. So you will have some money we may be giving back to Todd, back to you, back to the coffers, wherever. So potentially, if this $300,000 that Mike needs here, you're looking at having roughly $700,000 out of a pot you've already dedicated to the project. Landscaping wasn't necessarily one of those things when the 2.5 was allocated, but I just wanted to, can I actually add a couple more things real quick before Councilman Overton goes, Mayor? Is that all right? The consistency in the matrix. So this does all tie in with that direction we got from council this last year and Brian, and we hired a consultant to develop. So some of these things you see on these 3 projects, there's a lot of consistency in what we do so we can replicate this potentially again and again on key corridors. The other thing that I wanted to just, if there's general concurrence on this, I do have 2 of these 3 projects. We have draft cost share agreements from ACHD that would bring this, and maybe I'm stealing your thunder. So depending on how this discussion went, we're planning on bringing those back before you, likely on a consent agenda though, to memorialize some of this direction, because we are getting to that point in the processes of design and construction where we've got to commit to these things. So I just wanted to kind of bring that to that. So far it's been talk, and soon it will be on an agenda for an approval or not. So anyways, I just want to make sure that was part of this, that at least a couple of these, if not all 3 of them, will likely be on an agenda here in the next quarter, let's say. Sorry, but thank you.
Councilman Overton.
Thank you, Caleb. And Mike, quick question. I know that when we first looked at these options and going with this low maintenance one and being consistent throughout the city, I thought was a great idea. Do you have any just rough numbers on the difference between ongoing maintenance on these low cost options versus what we do now on, or what we started doing on 10 Mile?
I mean, maybe just, I don't have exact numbers for you, but I know on 10 Mile, the plants that were installed were not as durable. We did not incorporate large boulders into that design. So they're getting run over all the time. It's hard if you have things that maybe outgrow their space and need trimming and things like that. You have to have crews go out there and maintain them more often, cutting them back from the side, things like that. So we've learned a lot over the years from 10 Mile and from some of the other ones. We implemented some of those, what we learned at 10 Mile, into the Meridian Road interchange. That one's done very well, very easy to maintain. So we're always looking for efficiencies. How can we make it easier, still provide some beautification and aesthetic quality and value, but make it so that it's very easy to maintain and simple, and it's not dangerous to have people out in the middle of the street. The less they have to go out there to do things, way better off, and it reduces cost.
Thank you, Mike.
Council, any additional questions or comments? All right, thank you very much. Next item up is item 15, Meridian Pool and Meridian Home Court fee discussion.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, thanks for having me tonight. Like Mr. Mayor said, I'm here to talk about proposed home court fee increases and pool fee increases. And really what I'm looking for tonight is feedback, thumbs up, head nod type of thing for we come back with you, or come back to you in the next couple of weeks with the fees to get approved. Once I get feedback and head nods or thumbs up tonight, we'll try to post these fees and come back to you, like I said. So I want to start out with home court, if that's okay, and kind of talk about the successes we've had there. Some of those numbers there on the left kind of tell you about our day passes. Jake Garrow and his crew and his team over there do such a great job with the day passes and scheduling the facility coming in. Almost 47,000 people or use that, or how many check-ins we had for day passes. A lot of those are doubled people, obviously, but 47,000 is a pretty good number. Then you look at the memberships, 3,400 memberships plus. Again, those are some people are duplicated in that number as well. Some of the additional users at our home court are the club volleyball teams, the club basketball teams, community education classes that Jenna schedules over there in Bay 5 and Bay 6. And then we've had some basketball tournaments, volleyball tournaments, wrestling tournaments, you kind of name it, we have over there. It's a happening facility. It's super big, super used. It's pretty awesome. Some of the comparable facilities that we have, that we kind of propose these fees on, is the metal sports facility over in Nampa, Fort Boise Community Center. And then the next, I know it's Jerome, Idaho, down by Twin, but it's a very similar facility as Home Court. The most similar is the metal facility over in Nampa. It actually has 4 full-size basketball courts, restrooms, office, identical to Home Court. The big difference is Home Court is hardwood floors, way nicer to play on when it comes to basketball and pickleball and those types of things. So with that, our proposal for Home Court is to increase the drop-in day passes by $1 each. So going from $2, $3, and $4 to $3, $4, and $5. And then the memberships reflect the increases of the drop-in day pass. So it's about 7-ish visits a month is kind of how we came up with that. That's the same methodology as we had back when we first took over Home Court almost 8 years ago, 9 years ago. So seems like yesterday. But the break-even point, like I said, is about 7 visits a month for the memberships, $1 increase to the drop-in fees. So with that, I'm going to stop right there and ask for feedback on Home Court, head nods, thumbs up, okay on that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
So Garrett, thanks for this. If I'm hearing you right, your basis for these fees are only kind of comparables to other kind of similar type facilities that are in the state. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, that is correct, yes.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, maybe just some feedback then.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I think, Garrett, my gut response then is, if we're just kind of basing it on other like-minded facilities, it's a little maybe subjective in my opinion, then, is I'm not opposed to some rate changes, but I don't think I would be supportive of rate increases for youth. And I don't think that I would be supportive of rate increases for seniors. I'm very supportive of rate increases for non-residents. But if we've got a revenue concern about the facility, I would like to see that burden placed on organizations that rent out our space, as opposed to on, our youth and seniors that utilize that facility and essentially kind of already paying for it to a degree as taxpayers.
Just a little comment that I don't think is, I think it's a valuable question, because we've had the same conversation with them about people that have wanted to rent the facility, and we said no, because it takes away days from our day users to use the facility. So I think that's a great conversation if council wants to look at other ways to offset costs, but it also comes with reduction in use on weekends primarily for the facility, if we want to look towards outside users covering some of that cost. And this is part of the cost recovery scenario, because our costs have increased at the facility. So it's not just only looking at what there's charged. It's also understanding that our costs have increased and our revenues need to do that if we want to stay within that framework.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I tend to agree with you, but I guess that's not what was presented to us. So if these fees are based on our cost recovery model, I'd like some additional information on that before I'd be supportive.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, thanks for the comments. Jake has done a really good job over there of trying to strike that balance of what is reservable, what is used for just general drop-in use. And right now, I mean, the facility is reserved from different club groups or different youth groups, AA groups, whatever it may be, from about 4:30 to about 7:30. After about 7:30, it is rocking and rolling with all public use drop-in uses. So trying to get that balance is tough, but Jake, I think, has done a really good job of balancing that aspect of it. But Councilman Cavanagh, if I'm hearing you correctly, what exactly do you want me to come back and present, or should I come back and present?
Mr. Mayor, if I can respond.
Yeah, Councilman Cavanagh.
Garrett, and not a criticism, I'm hearing two different arguments. I'm hearing these fees are based on kind of what the other region, like other like-minded or similar facilities in the region charge. And then I hear from the mayor, it's based on our cost recovery. So I guess I'm not seeing how it can't be both. So if this is based on our cost recovery model, I would like to understand how that is in line with our cost recovery model. If it's subjective and based on what other facilities are charging in the area, I wouldn't be supportive of the fees as proposed. So if it's based on cost recovery, bring us back to show us how these fees are in line with our cost recovery model. And if they're not, that's okay. But then I would want to have more of a subjective conversation.
Thanks for the feedback.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Strader.
Thank you. I am curious, just prompted a question. I don't have a huge reaction one way or another about your proposed fee increases. I feel like if they're staying, kind of in the $2 to $3, even $4 range, that makes sense to me if that reflects the cost of business going up. So I do think it couldn't hurt to get an update about how you're using our cost recovery model and how that's reflected in the proposed fee increases. I am curious about the split between non-residential and residential users. That is a piece that I would like to better understand if it's something that we can track easily, if it doesn't create a huge headache. But I would be very curious to look at that and just to see if, depending on what that looks like, if a little more weighting toward the non-residents would make sense or not. And maybe if that went to $5, that might help offset some of the other categories. I would just like to understand that a little bit better. Oh, here, thank you. I guess I didn't look at this fully.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, yeah, we were able to break this out in our Rec One software with the point of sale stuff on residents to non-residents. So you can kind of see there at the day passes, the non-residents are right around 9,600. The majority are residents, seniors, youth, and adult. Same type of thing goes with the memberships. Literally about little under half is the non-resident for the memberships.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Strader.
Yeah, and then I think your comparables facility analysis is actually more relevant for the non-residents in a way, because then it really is kind of the marketplace and where people are choosing to spend their dollars to recreate for non-residential. I think it would be interesting to see a little more detail in terms of how we thought that would stack up if it went to $5 compared to I would just like to see that, if that's not too difficult. Again, I don't have like a huge reaction to these fee increases necessarily. I think just a little bit more detail would be helpful.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Garrett, thanks for the presentation. I kind of have the similar reaction as Councilwoman Strader. I think this seems reasonable. I did know it seems like the membership fees kind of are 20 to 30% increases. If that's what it takes for cost recovery, I can support that. I think for the future, I think it would be good for council to have a discussion on, do we want to allow the property to be rented out and to use that as a way to generate some more revenue to offset the expenses to our citizens? I think that's a worthwhile discussion at some point in the future. And I also agree generally, if non-residents are coming to use the facility, I personally would be okay with a heavier weighted cost recovery placed upon non-residents as opposed to residents. Again, I think that's maybe a conversation we can consider going forward. But as far as what you presented today, I think I'm generally pretty comfortable with what you have.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Taylor, thanks for the comments. Just to touch base on the membership portion of it, on the fees, literally it's just the same methodology as the 20-30% increase, is 7 visits a month roughly. And that's kind of how we came up with that number. Thanks for the feedback.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, Garrett, thank you for all you guys do. Jake does an amazing job, he and his team. Having been someone that has spent quite a bit of time down there between classes and pickleball and things like that, I think it's the best deal around. I mean, most of the people that I know that I see that are non-residents are there because they're coming to play pickleball or do whatever with a resident. Jake can, tell me I'm wrong on that, but that they're generally coming because of a resident. But so I don't think they'd even blink at having it raised another $1, but it's a great value. You guys do a great job at taking care of it.
Mr. Mayor, thanks for the comments. And just to kind of piggyback on that, in the minimal conversations we've had with some members, like on some of these increases, it's kind of expected. They don't expect the fees to kind of stay the same as they were about 9 years ago. So they kind of expect some kind of an increase. And we're trying to make it fair, accessible still to those that can use it. So thank you for the comments.
And maybe just, when was the last time these fees were actually changed?
We've had the facility since 2016, September 30th of 16, and we proposed them then. So we have not increased them for the last 8 to 9 years.
So it's been 9 years. I don't know how the visitors, if we've tracked the visitor day, just so I was never, when this came to me from staff, they never said anything about Jerome or Nampa. There was no comparison. It was not that conversation with staff. So this was the first time I even saw that as part of the presentation. This is about increased costs of the facility to help stay in a place where we're not, I don't want to say losing money, but we're not collecting as much revenue to offset the increase in costs as we've done over the years. And so that is really, and Garrett will bring that back, but just so we're clear, this was never about be comparative with the facility in Jerome, Idaho, that people are trying to compete.
Just said. Mr.
Councilman Overton.
Garrett, yeah, especially with the last bit of information, these fees were established in 2016. I have absolutely no problem with this fee increase. I think we probably should have done it every few years instead of waiting this long. But I think we're still giving our residents and people from outside of our city a great value for the money. I support.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Whitlock.
Garrett, I'm in the same boat. I think you've done a good job and it's time. And I think from a cost recovery standpoint, we can justify what you're suggesting here. Just a question, as I looked at the numbers, it looked like the number of youth attending for day passes was fairly similar to the non-residents who are coming. So, off by 1,000.
Sure.
But is there any consideration to maybe increasing the non-resident $1 more? I know we're going 3, 4, and 5, but I mean, can you increase the non-resident $1 more and keep the youth pass at 2? Is there value in doing that? And maybe a message to our kids that we want them engaged in good, wholesome activities.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Whitlock, that's a great suggestion, and we're happy to do where we're directed. And if that's an idea that we want to do, we're fine with that. Yeah, it's not an issue at all. So
it looks like we'll be coming back with a little additional information in the future with the revision as well. And at least a showcase of what that might do with the projected sales or use of the facility. Okay.
Correct. All right. So yeah, I'll come back regarding the home court fees. So moving on to the pool, if we're ready for the pool. Sorry, I'm working with one arm here. I'm trying to get all right. So the Meridian pool. So as you guys all know, we took over the Meridian pool from the West Ada Recreation District operations about almost 3 years ago now. The operations, we just got it fully operational, fully into the city's name and property just recently. So the users at the Meridian pool, like I said, it's heavy swim lessons. We service over 2,000 kids who are going to swim lessons. Others that use it for just the day pass stuff is our camps, our outdoor adventure camp, Camp Meridian that Jenna Fletcher puts on, visits the pool, Boys and Girls Clubs here in Meridian and in Cuna. Different swim teams used it, as you can see, including Killer Whale Swimliners, the high schools. They've held some meets there this year, some clinics as well. But really, the main source of this is the swim lessons and the day passes that we sell. The schedule last year that we had was 65 yards. You can kind of see there on the side there. It's a lot of swim team, swim lessons and public swim, like I just mentioned. And then some of those numbers, like I presented with home court, just with their day passes that came through, the little kiddos, 3 years and younger were 425. The 4 to 17-year-olds, 4,600 plus, and then the adults were about 2,500. So those are some of the numbers we have there at the pool. Very similar to what the home court is. Really, it does come down to the cost recovery more on this one, to kind of hit that. Yes, we did look at some comparable facilities in Nampa, Boise, and the YMCA for different lessons and stuff. But just in day passes, if my proposal is to raise it $1, like I was with home court, $3, $4, and $5. Lessons go up a little bit as well. The increases to that did reflect cost recovery. And to Councilman Cavanag's comments before, when we do open swim, public open swim, because of guard wages and stuff like that, we do lose money on open swim. This helps us narrow that gap in the subsidy of the public swim times and stuff. The swim lessons, we consider that a program, so we want to cover 100% of those costs of those programs when it comes to that, per our cost recovery philosophy. And then same with the private parties and swim meets and the high school uses. We want to cover our costs. So those fees directly are tied to our cost recovery philosophy we currently have. So with that, the real increases to the day passes are the $1. Everything else is to cover our cost recovery philosophy with that. So I hope that makes sense, and I hope I presented that well. And with that, I will stand for questions regarding pool.
Thank you. Council questions.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, Garrett, what percentage are we recouping on the pool of its cost?
Are you asking about the subsidy or the actual percentage that we?
Whatever numbers work for you.
So when it comes to the overall subsidy or cost recovery of the pool, we're right in between the last 3 years, between 20 and 25% cost recovery. So each program is per our cost recovery pyramid that we kind of go off of is a little different, right? If it's swim lessons one-on-one, we want to cover 100% full cost, right? And really all of our swim lessons right now are covering the full cost if we go to these fees. Last year we were real close, but we anticipate, as guards come back every year, they get a small increase to come back, a wage increase to come back. So we're hoping for more returners to where we want to make sure we cover some of those costs as well, of just staff in general, and other things that go along with it when it comes to office staff, as well as some material that we use for swim lessons and stuff that kind of go into that. So overall, the whole facility, you count everything from janitorial, electric, everything, between 20, 25% cost recovery,
Thank you.
facility-wide.
And the negative overall is 300 and,
Over 350, 300.
yes, I want to say like 370 is what I vaguely remember for a deficit. And we're trying to, I think we have plans to try to get this down to about 300 with this and a few other efforts that could occur. That's kind of the intention, and that's kind of where it was, but it's gone up when we increased wages for our lifeguards.
Correct.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
just keeping in mind the agenda, and it sounds like Garrett will be back again. Maybe just a thumbs up if directionally or head nod, people feel like the swim fees kind of in line.
Sure. Okay.
I got 4 or 5 generally and 1 side head, but so maybe Councilman Cavanagh can follow up directly with you, Garrett, on any additional comments before you come back for one more time with everything.
Absolutely. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Thanks for the feedback.
Thank you. Councilwoman Schrader.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we go into executive session per Idaho Code 74-2061F.
I have a motion and a second to go into executive session. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Little Roberts. Taylor.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Strader.
Aye.
Whitlock.
All ayes, motion carries. We'll move into executive session. We'll probably delay a few minutes to 6 p.m. meeting. Council will call this meeting to order. For the record, it is November 19th, 2024 at 6:10 PM. We'll begin this regular city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Mr. Mayor,
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Yes, we have a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we come out of executive session and
Have a motion second to come out of executive session. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are out of executive session. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
move that we adjourn the meeting.
Motion to adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned. With that, we'll call this meeting to order. For the record, it is November 19th, 2024 at 6:11 PM. We'll begin tonight's regular city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh,
Here.
Councilwoman Little Roberts, Councilman Taylor.
Here.
Councilman Overton.
Here.
Councilman Whitlock.
Here.
Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Mayor Simonson.
Here. Next time is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd please all rise and join us in the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. We have no one sign up for the community invocation, so we'll move on to adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I move that we adopt the agenda as published.
Second.
I have a motion, a second, to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Mr. Clerk, anyone signed up under public forum?
Mr. Mayor, there's no signups.
Okay, then with that, we'll move on. Action items. The first item up is item 1, which is appeal of denial of mobile cells unit license MSU 24-0165 by Nathaniel. I do not want to try to pronounce that last name. Is Nathaniel here this evening? Or online?
Mr. Mayor, Emily Kane is online if you have questions about the appeal.
Mr. Nair, do you plan on presenting on this item or help us navigate how you'd like us to move forward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry for the delay. No, again, the matter is in front of you. I sent you, the council prior, what our code says. Basically, the applicant in this particular case has requested this appeal. But again, the denial, unfortunately, we can't share the reasons for the denial, but other than that, we have the opportunity for the applicant to take a pitch if they want to, if they're not here.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
maybe it would be helpful to just clarify something on the record in the event that the applicant tunes in later. My understanding based on our in-house attorney, Emily Kane's memo, is that the only grounds that the city council actually has to uphold any type of appeal would be if there was a factual error in terms of the determination that was made. Is that correct?
That is correct. If the applicant were to claim this weren't him or the information we had was an error, other than that, he hasn't alleged that to this point, so this was that opportunity.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Schrader.
And again, the applicant, Nathaniel, is not here at this point. I'm prepared to make a motion. Mr. Mayor, I move that we deny the appeal for the mobile sales unit license by Nathaniel Chickswain.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to deny the appeal. Is there any discussion? Serious roll call required?
No, sir.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. You guys have it, and the motion passes. So with that, we'll move on to item 2, which is a public hearing continued from November 6, 2024 for the Gateway at 10 Mile, H 2024-0010. We will continue this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. First item on the agenda is the Gateway at 10 Mile. It is a preliminary plat and conditional use permit. The site consists of 38.99 acres of land currently zoned CG and R40, and it's located at the northeast corner of Franklin Road and North 10 Mile Roads. This property was annexed in 2020 with a development agreement and a concept plan that showed mix of commercial uses and multifamily on this site. The DA itself specifically also allowed for the development of multifamily, added dwelling unit of between 8 to 15 dwelling units to the acre. And as part of that development agreement, they were allowed to use the entire acreage of the site to calculate the density. You can see here the comprehensive plan for this area is mixed use commercial and a portion of it is civic. And it's also located within our 10-mile interchange specific area plan. At the time of annexation, City Council found that this project was consistent with that underlying future land use map. Here is the concept plan that was generally tied to the DA. The applicant is here tonight, again, to talk about a preliminary plat that consists of 31 buildable lots. 17 of those will be commercial, 14 are residential. 3 common lots, again in the CG and R40 zoning district, and a conditional use permit for 390 multifamily residential dwelling units. You can see here the commercial are run along the west and the south boundary here, and then there's some more office internal along the public street here, which again was consistent with the concept plan that was approved in 2020. And consistent with the desired uses in the 10-mile interchange specific area plan. The multifamily consists of 6 4-story structures internal to the site, and then along as a transition, the applicant is proposing 5 3-story townhome units that run along in this general location here. I'll get more into the details of the multifamily as I get into my presentation. One of the items that we asked the applicant to discuss during the public hearing at the Planning and Zoning Commission was phasing. There weren't really any real details provided on the phasing for the proposed project, but they did indicate on the public record that they intend to develop the commercial portion first, and not the higher density residential. Access to this site, again, will be proposed from actually 3 from 10 Mile, of course, and Franklin. What's unique about this site is there's actually West Fred Smith along the east boundary that will be extended, which is a collector street. However, North Wayfinder Avenue will not be extended this time because there is an adequate right of way to allow that collector road to be constructed at this time. But the applicant is dedicating their proportionate share with this plat application. You can note here on the plat that there's 2 out parcels that they do not own, and it's not part of this project, which is why it's not being connected at this time. As part of that, because that is not connecting, staff did support and ACHD supported a right-in, right-out only access onto Franklin in this location that you see here in the red line to suffice for access to the site from that roadway until that light can be put in and that roadway extended. The applicant will also be required to extend this. A portion of this road does stop just short of the applicant's site, and they will be required to work with ACHD and extend that. That's part of their development. This spine road is what I like to call it, but this portion, if you can follow my cursor here, that comes in and jogs north and then cuts out the northernmost access to 10 Mile in this location. All of that will be dedicated as public streets and provide and comply with street sections consistent with the 10 Mile interchange specific area plan. This project was continued to allow the applicant time to work with ACHD on the right in, right out only access onto 10 Mile. So that is one waiver that the applicant is requesting from council tonight, is to allow for that access to the right in, right out only access on the 10 Mile where you see the red X on this exhibit. ACHD says they are amenable to that access if the city allows it. So really it's your purview tonight to allow them that access. As part of the ACHD staff report, you probably saw that with this development, Franklin Road will continue to operate at a level an acceptable level of service E, but 10 Mile will continue to operate at a level of service F. With this or with or without this development, it's currently operating at that, in that condition. So as part of the 10 Mile interchange specific area plan, we have the applicant provide us a bike ped circulation plan for your consideration as well. So the applicant has done that to show you how the project connects with one another through bike and ped connections, which again is consistent with the concept plan in their DA. The multifamily again is for 390 units. You're looking at a mix of two 1-bedroom units, 174 2-bedroom units, and 16 3-bedroom units as part of this development. The open space for the site consists of approximately 2.6 acres, which exceeds UDC standards, and the amenities themselves also include clubhouse, swimming pool, fitness center, pickleball court, 5,000 square foot open space areas, 3 in total, dog parks, bike repair station, enclosed storage, and then staff has also required them to put in a covered picnic area as well. Parking for the site does exceed UDC standards as well. One thing that I wanted to note to the council tonight is that along the north and east boundary of the site are garage structures, 7 of them. And that is really meant to be storage for the apartment complex, not necessarily needed for the required parking itself. So the parking itself is in excess or meets the minimum requirements, exceeds it, but those garages aren't counted towards the required parking for the site. And the townhome units themselves will also have garage units for those units. Here you'll see the building elevations, again, pretty consistent with what's occurring in the area with the 4-story walk-ups here. And then here's to the garage and then elevations of the clubhouse as well. Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval at their October 3rd hearing. You probably looked at the public record and saw the 80+ letters of written testimony in opposition of this application. A lot of those the neighbors' concern or the residents' concerns had to do with traffic and overcrowding of schools, which is typical of what you hear. What I tried to explain at the Planning and Zoning Commission when those residents were there, the several residents that were testifying, was that annexation is done here, concept plans in place. So really what we're looking at tonight is whether or not this plan is consistent with their development agreement and meets all ACHDs and zoning requirements. Again, this plan is pretty far along in their entitlement process, and what they're proposing tonight is consistent with what the city approved in their DA back in 2020. So testifying in favor was the applicant representative. We had Justin Hamilton, Carla Ayers, and Natalie Purcell testifying in opposition. Again, school overcrowding, traffic. Written testimony, as I mentioned to you, 80 plus from what I saw. And then since the Planning and Zoning Commission, there were 3 additional public testimonies submitted on, again, concerns with traffic and overcrowding. You can see on the hearing outline tonight that the concept plan was discussed by the commission, what was decided back in 2020, whether or not UDC and the question before the commission was whether the developer is meeting the UC and conditional use permit, and they found that it did, and they recommended approval. And then also the commission passed along their recommendation to allow for the right-in, right-out access onto 10 Mile as part of your purview tonight. And then also mentioned to the council that the Planning and Zoning Commission did modify 2 conditions of approval. So that first one was 2H. They actually, we added, unless otherwise waived by city council, essentially that was the right-in, right-out access to 10 Mile Road as it fell under your purview, and staff could not grant that waiver per the city code. And then also we struck condition 3C because there are existing sidewalks along 10 Mile and Franklin already, so there was no need for the applicant to install additional public infrastructure along those roadways. So again, Planning and Zoning Commission staff has recommended approval. The only waiver for your consideration tonight is that access to 10 Mile Road. And with that, I'll conclude my presentation and stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Bill. Council, any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
maybe just a clarification, because I think it's going to be really important. So this is already annexed into the city. It's already been added to the city of Meridian. We already approved concept at that time when that occurred. So really the only question before the council is this consistent with our existing development agreement? Right? And then obviously the separate actions of the preliminary plat and the conditional use permit, but compared to I think if you could react to this, compared to an annexation, the council has much less discretion than we normally would because we've already taken those steps. Is that correct?
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, that is correct, Councilwoman Strader. It's, again, the conditional use permit is an allowed use with conditions. So again, if there's additional conditions that mitigate concerns, you certainly can add more conditions of approval. But as far as the use and the layout, it's been conceptually approved to some regard, in some degree in the development agreement. And both staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission found that it was consistent with that document.
Mr. Mayor, one more.
Councilwoman Strader.
And just to refresh my memory from the staff report, it looked like this is all consistent with the 10-mile specific area plan, which is great. Do you have any concerns around that are new concerns? Anything that you feel like it could be considered inconsistent with the 10-mile specific area plan?
Mayor, members of the council, nothing from staff. Had we had concerns, we would have raised those. I do recall back in 2020, the reason why we didn't want the applicant to get too far under construction on this site was because we wanted the applicant to submit a traffic study, and we wanted to make sure that whatever accesses we approved for this development were consistent with not only what they were showing, but wanted to make sure how much public street was going to be versus just maybe right in, right out access points. As you probably saw in the staff report, we aren't really supportive of the or the code isn't supportive of us granting access to those roadways, but with ACHD support and the applicant providing that traffic study, I think it makes some sense from our standpoint to allow that. So really our intent was for them to subdivide it before they get anything under construction, and that's what they're doing now.
Thank you.
Council, any other questions for staff? Okay, then would the applicant like to come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Jeff Bauer, 601 West Bannock in Boise, here tonight on behalf of the applicant. With me from the applicant team tonight is Trevor Gosser with GFI Development and our traffic engineer, Andy Delyden from Kittleson and Associates. Andy is going to speak specifically to the second access on 10 Mile once I finish my comments here. And I am going to keep them really brief. Mr. Parsons did a great job summarizing the project, and Councilmember Strader, I think you hit on the points that we wanted to make, which is that we are sort of at the final stage of this project at the platting. And so I'll get into that. We have reviewed the staff report. We agree with staff's analysis and all of the conditions of approval. These applications did go before the Planning and Zoning Commission last month, and they did approve both the preliminary plat application and the CUP for the multifamily housing. And a lot of discussion was had relative to the secondary access on 10 Mile. And the comments from the commission there were supportive of that. And if I were to summarize, more access makes sense in this case was sort of their summary. And we're going to ask you to make the same finding tonight. The project property is located on the northeast corner of Franklin and 10 Mile. It is 39 acres. Area around it has been developing quite quickly. I wanted to highlight a couple features of this site that make it unique. One is the railroad on the north side of the property. With that railroad is 200 feet of right-of-way. To the east of the property are some new distribution uses, Amazon and FedEx. And to the south are mixed-use developments that are currently underway, 10 Mile Creek and the Outer Banks project. So as Mr. Parsons mentioned, in part one of this project, we did rezone the property. This map shows the current zoning. So we have approximately 23 acres of R40 high-density residential and 16 acres of CG general commercial on the frontages of 10 Mile and Franklin. So some of the comments that were received from the public on this application, I think more than 80% indicated that we should not rezone. I just want to highlight that we are not asking for any rezones tonight. The existing zoning supports this project. There was a DA associated with the rezone and annexation in 2021. That DA approved the site plan, the conceptual site plan on the right side of the screen. To highlight a couple key provisions of the DA, one is preservation of a civic lot for a future multimodal transit station. That's right where the mouse just happens to be, thankfully. That's preserved until 2040 under the DA to provide for any future plans that could come to fruition from any of the transportation agencies for a rail transit stop. The second condition or provision of the DA I wanted to highlight relates to density. So when the city did approve this project, they mandated that this site be developed with between 8 and 15 units per acre. We are at 10, so we are on the low end of the mandated density. Preliminary plat is pretty straightforward. 17 commercial lots, 13 residential lots, the 2 civic lots, and then our common lots for the buffers. All of the lots meet the applicable standards in the UDC. And here's our concept plan for the R40 high-density residential project. It is substantially similar to the concept plan for the DA. Some slight reconfiguring around the common area, but the general layout remains the same. Mr. Parsons went over this in detail. We do have a lot of amenities. As conditioned, we meet the city standards for amenities. We do exceed on the amount of open space. Turning to the concept plan for the CG zoning, again, around 23 acres, 15 buildings proposed. The concept plan here distinguishes the buildings on the 10 Mile and Franklin frontage shown in light red. Those will be single story. And then the building set back on the future local street will be multi-story. And those are shown in light brown. Again, we've gone through significant effort to provide excessive connectivity here between both the residential and the commercial component, as well as between different businesses within the commercial space. One thing I did want to highlight is that ACHD is requiring that the local public road that, as Bill described it, snakes through the site, that's going to have detached 10-foot sidewalks on each side. That was a condition that they added for more bike and pedestrian mobility through the site, and that does comply with the 10 Mile area specific plan. One condition of approval as well from both VRT and the school district was to include some micro paths through the commercial to 10 Mile for future bus stops. We're in agreement with that condition, and we think those are great ideas. Lastly, we do have the addition of some plaza spaces in the commercial, again, just to enhance pedestrian connectivity and create a bit of a more inviting feel for pedestrians and users of the commercial. So I'm going to pause for any questions before I invite Mr. Delyden up to speak to access, if there are any questions around the zoning or project.
Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I have a couple quick ones, but I'm happy to wait so you don't burn all your time on questions.
Absolutely.
Then you say your name for the record, please. Good evening, Andy Delyden with Kittleson and Associates, 101 South Capitol Boulevard, Boise, Idaho, 83702. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I'm here to talk a little bit about about the right in, right out access being proposed on 10 Mile Road for this project. And specifically, some context. So we prepared the transportation impact study for this project. We worked with Ada County Highway District and Idaho Transportation Department on that through their review process and addressing comments. The image that you see has the blue are, access A, the northern access, which is a full access on 10 Mile Road. And then you have two accesses, the right in, right out labeled access C on Franklin. And then as Bill spoke to Wayfinder, that connection being future, which would be for the signal. Access B is proposed as a right in, right out. A key component to the project is there's 4 existing access points on 10 Mile Road. And the project would consolidate those to 2 access points, one being full and one being right in, right out. The right in, right out, it's located 825 feet north of the signal, which provides adequate distance for the proposed deceleration lane for that right turn into that access. Lastly, Ada County Highway District in their review approved all the accesses both for 10 Mile and for Franklin. The benefits of the right in, right out, kind of 3 components. One, the connectivity is enhanced with that connection, provides a grid network for the project, being able to connect the commercial uses and residential. It also reduces trips at the other access points. So by having that, it provides a little bit of distribution and takes a little bit of the stress off of those access points. And then lastly, with that, it improves operations. So you see an enhanced level of service, both at accesses A and C. Related to the design aspects for the right in, right out access, wanted to highlight a couple things. One is the access would be constructed with a dedicated northbound right turn lane per ACHD standards. So that helps separate out the northbound through traffic and northbound right turn traffic going into the site. And then second, there'd be a raised median on 10 Mile Road to restrict left turns out of the driveway as well as left turns in. And then the project would there's an existing access to the west. And so working with them to coordinate a northbound left turn into the site is presented. And then lastly, wanted to highlight just a little bit of context related to other adjacent projects that have been approved in the area and how their accesses compare to the proposed project. So if we start on the northwest and work our way around, the northwest quadrant has 3 accesses on Franklin Road. The southwest project has 5 accesses, several on Franklin and 3 on 10 Mile Road. And then the southeast project has 6 accesses. And so this project is proposing a much lesser access scenario. And in conjunction with that, not only the number of accesses are less, but it also the number of full movement accesses are reduced as well. One of them being through a future, either an existing public street connection with Fred Smith to the east, or through the future connection with Wayfinder. And then you also have just 2 access points that are right in, right out. In particular, the proposed right in, right out on 10 Mile Road. With that, I'll turn it over to Jeff to see if he, to wrap up.
Yeah, thanks, Andy, and Mayor and council members. We just want to reiterate, we agree with the staff conditions and analysis and the recommendation from the commission, and we'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, I just had a couple of quick questions. One was just an update on your timing for the various components in this development. Just broadly speaking, what's your business plan in terms of when you expect the commercial component and the various residential components would be delivered?
Thank you. Mayor Simison, Councilmember Strader. Mr. Parsons did reflect the phasing correctly. So we plan to develop commercial first and then residential. One of the reasons we haven't put forward a very specific phasing plan deals with the secondary access we're asking for today, which sort of informs how the site develops as a whole. But we would hope to commence commercial development soon, at least on some of the pads, and the residential would probably be, I would say, 5 to 7 years out. We want there to be a significant or some amount of the commercial in use and developed before adding the residential.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Strader.
Yeah, that's very helpful, I think, and particularly for members of the public that have traffic concerns. That's interesting for them, I think, to hear. A question I had about the civic space that we're reserving for the VRT stop. 2040 actually feels like it's coming a lot faster. At this point, are you all open to some sort of an extension option or something like that on that particular space? Just kind of wanted to get your reaction to that.
Mayor Simison, Councilmember Strader, looking at the landowner, they seem fairly firm on the 2040. And I think that was developed, not by accident at the time, but with, input from all the transportation agencies to say if it were going to happen there, it would happen by that time.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Strader.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. It's just, we've been talking about trying to do all kinds of different things around public transportation for a number of years. So no, I think that's important for you to flag so that's on those agencies' radar screen. Something for us to take a look at. Okay, thanks for the feedback.
Yeah, and I think just to add to that, it's certainly something that I think we would hope would work. Of course, it'd be great for commercial development to have a multimodal transit station in your project, so.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
just a quick question on the commercial properties, the outer exterior 1 story, then you got the multi-story in. Are you looking for kind of a mix of retail kind of exterior and then maybe more office, professional renters? What's kind of your vision for how that space will be used with the commercial and then integrated with the multifamily right there?
Mayor Simison and Councilmember Taylor, you stated it correctly, yes. And that the design and the plan is specifically speaking to the 10-mile area specific plan to have those multi-story structures on the local streets set back. And yeah, we would hope that those would be more of the office professional services and then more of the retail on the frontages of Franklin and 10 Mile.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Whitlock.
Mayor, Jeff, thanks for the overview. Can you just expand a little bit on the southwest corner of a possible ACHD relocation there? And I do understand the canal would follow the same style as what's south of this development. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Mayor Simison, Council Member Whitlock. So on this site plan, it says future ACHD pond relocation. So when we went through the rezone and annexation in 2020, he's doing the mousing for me, which is great. Right where Mr. Parsons moved the mouse, there's a current ACHD pond, and there was discussion about maybe we should make that parcel part of this development because it'd be more usable and we could have the pond over on the corner. That hasn't worked out. And so right now, per the DA, we've bumped down to the next option, which is work with City Parks Department to have some type of trailhead or pathway amenity that would be open to the public there. So that's currently, as the project moves forward, the applicant would be working with Parks and Pathway staff to identify an amenity that could be there, whether it's, benches or some type of bike maintenance kind of cluster or something like that. But that is the plan for the southwest corner.
Council, additional questions for the applicant? Just two transportation quick questions. Is the current intersection at final build out for this area? Are we aware what it is, what it's going to be?
Mr. Mayor, yeah, the Franklin and 10 Mile Road is built out. There are aspects of maybe some operational elements that could be done with the signal in terms of potential consideration for like a right turn overlap, just to get a little additional enhancements. But in terms of 10 Mile Road and that street, yeah, that's built out.
That's what I thought. Just want to verify. The second thing is, and maybe I missed it, either seeing it or hearing, is there no decel lane on the Franklin Road access side into the right in, right out at this point in time?
Mr. Mayor, no, that access on Franklin Road, the right in, right out would have a right turn deceleration lane.
It does. Okay. I didn't see that. So I just wanted to verify that. Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank
So, Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone sign up on this item?
Mr. Mayor, not for this item.
Okay. Is there anybody present that would like to provide testimony on this item, either in the room or online? If you're online, raise your hand. If you're in the room, if you'd like to come forward at this time. Seeing no one coming forward or raising their hand, does the applicant have a closing prepared that they would like to do? Okay, so the applicant at this point in time is waiving closing for additional conversations or questions or other things from the council.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader,
I move that we close the public hearing on item 2. Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Guys have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
happy to make a motion, but just a little bit of explanation for those members of the public that did testify. And I know there were 80 different contexts on that. I think the right way to look at something like this, to be fair, is to look at it that it was essentially approved back in 2020. The main decision that the city made at that time was, are we going to add this development into the city, and what is the concept? And so as you heard from staff, this is consistent with that concept that was brought forward. It's already totally entitled, it's already zoned. So the city council doesn't have a lot of discretion in these instances. The things I do like about it, I like the pedestrian connectivity. I liked it back then. I like it even more now. I think there are some real positive aspects to adding more commercial in terms of the balance of land uses in the city. I'm very encouraged by the applicant's business plan. There are no requirements on the applicant in terms of their business plan, but the fact that they're focusing on the commercial development first, and I think very intelligently waiting on the residential component for 5 to 7 years while the market absorbs the significant amount of inventory, or for whatever reasons that they have, I think makes sense. So that's just a little bit of background to help, I think, people kind of understand where we're at. 10 Mile Road being at a service level F is very frustrating to the council, but that was not a fact pattern at the time that this was annexed into our city. So I just think hopefully that will help people kind of understand where we're at in the process and the range of actions that the city council can or cannot take at this time. So with that, I'll go ahead and make a motion. After considering all staff, applicants, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H 2024-0010 as presented in the staff report for today's hearing date, and also specifying that this would include the right in, right out only accesses on Franklin and 10 Mile as depicted, and the deceleration lanes, all the other conditions set forward by staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item H 2024-0010. Is there further discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
let's make a short comment. I actually like this development. I like that the applicants, the way you've laid it out with the development of the commercial to the residential. Certainly, I think there's a good balance there. I think it's something the city's looking for in this area. So it's actually a project I find quite attractive for what we have there. With respect to the grade on 10 Mile, I'm of the belief that once Highway 16 is completed, we're going to remove a lot of the north-south traffic that uses 10 Mile. And so the traffic that's going to be on 10 Mile for this is going to be just within that short connection between I-84 and the project. There obviously will be additional traffic, but I think, again, it is a frustrating thing. I think Councilwoman Strader highlighted it quite well. It's not something that was contemplated at the time this was originally approved, but I think for the size of the development, I actually think this is something I think will be a good thing for the city. So I'm going to be supportive of the motion tonight.
Any further comments? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Little Roberts.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Strader.
Aye.
Whitlock.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, and the item is agreed to. Good luck. Okay, next item up is item 3, a public hearing continue from October 15, 2024 for Center Point Apartments, H 24-2024-0019. We will continue this public hearing with comments from staff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So at the October 15 meeting, the public hearing was continued so that staff could work with the applicant to come up with some conditions in case council supported this application. So staff and the applicant did meet. We did put together some conditions that were presented in a memo to council. The applicant agrees with the conditions that were proposed, so at this time, staff doesn't really have any additional information.
Okay, thank you. Council, any questions for staff on any of the conditions or otherwise? Okay, would the applicant like to come forward?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Deborah Nelson with Gibbons Pursley, 601 West Bannock Street in Boise, here on behalf of the applicant. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come back before you to present some updates and responses to the discussion at the last hearing. So just a brief recap, we're here for a development agreement modification and conditional use permit modification for the Centerpoint Apartments that are currently approved at Eagle and Ustick. We're still proposing a multifamily residential project, just as has been approved. The layout is very similar. This is still a quality project exceeding open space and amenity standards. We're still exceeding parking requirements, though the new proposal has an even higher parking ratio than the existing approval. The key difference from the existing approval and the reason that this new applicant is before you is to offer needed affordable housing instead of market rate housing. For this to be feasible, the applicant needs to add some units, only 26 are requested now, and in an efficient building type. So converting just 2 of the approved interior 3-story buildings to 4 stories accomplishes this. We listened to the neighbors and the council's comments at the prior hearing and have worked to address the concerns about height, parking, and safe routes to schools. And we want to provide a few updates on those topics.
So for the heights in discussion with staff, the applicant has gone back to the flat roof for the 4-story buildings to lower that overall height. The design is still ongoing and will be finalized with design review, but here you can see the conceptual flat roof elevations for the 4-story buildings. So as you can see in the schematic, 3-story pitched roof and 4-story flat roof buildings are comparable. So by going back to the flat roof for the 4-story buildings, we can address the concerns that we've heard about increasing height that could be associated with adding a 4th story. These cross-sections illustrate the relative scale of the new 4-story flat roof and existing 3-story pitched roof with the surrounding development. And similarly, this cross-section shows the relative scale of the 2-story building on the west side with the surrounding development. We've also provided some perspectives to illustrate what the new building types would look like in scale. In discussions with staff, the 4-story flat roof was preferred not just for height reasons, but also for the appearance across Ustick, where commercial uses are located, while the pitched roof is preferable adjacent to the existing residential areas to provide a better transition with similar pitched roofline styles. Along the west side, we do still have a 2-story building proposed, same as approved before, adjacent to a 2-story home. The building is set back from the property line to create 61 feet of distance between the structures. And to respond to comments from the last hearing, the 2nd-story windows have been reduced on this end to address privacy concerns while still allowing in some light to provide adequate housing within this apartment building. There will also be landscape screening to provide privacy to the neighbors. This existing home is close to the home on the other side and has an existing community pathway immediately next to the house that arguably create more privacy impacts than this new structure. But we've worked hard to mitigate the impacts here with the screening and reduction in windows. The new 4-story buildings are interior to the site, at least from the residential perspective, and oriented away from the neighbors. They're in the same location and orientation as the existing approved buildings. So the one that is extending down, Building A, that has the narrow end closer to the residential area, is shown here on the right from a viewpoint from the southern neighborhood. But with the change to the flat roof, this will be of similar impact to the currently approved 3-story pitch roof building. Turning to comments that we received about parking, we have taken steps to address council's concerns regarding parking to ensure that the project's parking can all be contained on site. We have found that we can add 8 additional parking spaces along Ustick. This would bring us to 56 parking spaces over the current city code requirements. This is a higher parking ratio than the current approved project. All buildings are self-parked, so there will be convenient parking around each building to meet the residents' needs. We also agree with the condition of approval to work with ACHD to install no parking signs along Center Point, and we offer to work with the neighboring HOA to install no parking signs along the private roads to the south if they are agreeable to that. Given the higher ratio of parking spaces per unit, the proposed project will be an improvement over the existing approval for parking impacts. Operationally, the developer will also implement measures to ensure parking remains on site, including having on-site staff to monitor the parking and issuing parking tags to tenants. We have also evaluated safe routes to school to respond to council comments at the last hearing. The existing approved multifamily project on this site and the larger neighborhood currently lacks safe walking routes to the elementary school. That's all the area highlighted in red here. The applicant will improve the Ustick and Eagle Road frontages along this site to improve connectivity and to try to prevent those kinds of gaps that exist in the future. We'll also provide students safe walk conditions within the site to busing, along with improvements to the intersection that will help the bus access. The applicant met with the school district twice since the last hearing and also with City Pathways to explore any new route options to serve this larger area. And these are shown in yellow on this map. The school district recognized that this is an existing concern for residents in the area. Kim Warren also recognized that current need and explained that in other areas of the city with similar constraints, the city has worked to acquire new pathway easements where they do not exist now. She believed that this could be successful here over time. In the meantime, the school district will continue to bus students from the property. That continued busing will be required with or without this change from market rate housing to affordable housing. The applicant certainly remains willing to stay engaged with the school district and with the City Pathways staff on future efforts to fulfill the city's pathways plans and add safe routes to schools for the entire area. So in summary on those 3 points, we hope that we have tried to make some strides here to address the height with the reduction to the flat roof on the 4-story building in coordination with staff. And we have addressed parking by adding additional parking spaces and even further increasing the parking ratio per unit type on the site over the approved project. Students will have to be bused to the site, but we're happy to continue to work with West Ada and City Pathways to explore new connections in the future. So why should the city approve this change that's before you then? We covered this in more detail at the last hearing, so I'll just be brief to recap here. But the city plans have made clear that the city needs affordable housing and that the city has made a commitment in those plans to expand affordable housing for low and moderate income households. Our market study identified over 3,000 income eligible households in the area with only 96 current units to serve them and 76 planned units. So this additional 239 units is significant for that need. And that is why we've received so many support letters from area hospitals, from health organizations, and from housing organizations, because they also see this critical need for the community. We meet that need by providing deed-restricted property for 40 years to serve Meridian residents whose income is 30 to 80% area median income. This includes your teachers, your med techs, your civic employees, retirees, new college grads, and veterans. So for all of these reasons, we are requesting your approval of the development agreement modification and the conditional use permit modification to change the existing approved 213 market rate units to 239 affordable units. We'd like to replace 2 of the approved 3-story pitched roof buildings that are interior to the site and away from the residents with 4-story flat roof buildings. We are requesting alternative compliance that was discussed at the prior hearing to remove the parking lot landscaping under solar carports. And we are in agreement with staff's recommended conditions with one change. On condition 1.1B, the max of the deed restriction should be 80%, not 60%, consistent with HUD guidelines. And we did discuss this with staff and they were in agreement with that change. So with that, I would stand for any questions. I also have the full team here available to answer your questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Thanks, Deborah. I appreciate that, the presentation. Can you, at the end of the last hearing, there was some little bit discussion about property ownership and kind of the status of where things were with that. Has anything changed with respect to where things were with the sale of the property, with the existing owner and the applicant and the purchase of that property?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Taylor, the applicant was able to obtain an extension to get to this hearing, and that's why we're here tonight. But it is still under contract from the selling property.
Okay, thank you.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Brooke, should we have anybody sign up on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we do. First is Doug Stern, representing an HOA.
Good evening. If you state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Doug Stern, 2793 North Center Point in Meridian, Idaho, 83646. Apologize, I did this presentation without knowing that the new sign wasn't required, so that was my first slide on here. So, let's start with that. So in looking at this presentation and where we're at with this, I searched up what are the busiest intersections in Idaho. Found out this is the busiest intersection in Idaho, at least according to Google, and they're never wrong. But we do not believe the traffic issues are going to be tenable with this being proposed. There's way too many unknowns to approve. There's nowhere on Eagle Road this kind of high density use is permitted. I've gone up and down Eagle Road trying to find someplace else that I can compare it to. I don't see high density apartments this close to this busy of an intersection, and I've looked quite a bit. I don't believe this is, or we don't believe this is the area to experiment with that kind of use. And I don't see a track record of Devco putting in one of their low-income developments right next to a 15-year-old established neighborhood with completely different type of residents. Also, it has very poor access, compounding the existing dangerous maneuvers on U-stick, and I put some pictures in there to make it a little clearer. The renderings from the applicant don't really do it justice, what kind of things are going on in that neighborhood. Now, there was a traffic study, I guess. I don't know when that was, but I'm not sure it's taking into consideration the growth in that area from Dutch Brothers. We were here when Raising Cane's was approved. That's going to dump quite a few cars onto Eagle Road. I don't think the traffic study would be addressing that as well. So this is what was proposed and what we thought was going to be used in this, on this land. Obviously that changed during COVID. We didn't know there was apartments approved, kind of skipped past us, and we're dealing with the aftermath now. But this kind of use, in my opinion, is 100 times better than what's being proposed now. So I did this demonstration to show what kind of maneuvers are being done now. If you go into Dutch Brothers, unless you're traveling eastbound on U-stick, this is the path you have to go to get into Dutch Brothers. Go follow the purple line, go into Center Point, make a U-turn, come back out on U-stick, and you can come back on. Now, when you approve these apartments, that's the same path that the people who are going to be in these apartments have to do, or they can make a left on Center Point and come around and come the other direction. But still, adding 500 plus cars to this kind of existing situation is going to be extremely negative, in my opinion. If they don't do the purple route, just real quick, if you see, you can see the common area up above where the applicant stated the tenants won't use our common area. It's 20 feet away. So to me, that's a big selling thing. It's not based in fact, and they will be using our common area. You see the house that's for sale there? It's been for sale for 9 months since this was approved. And then I would draw your attention to where it says access. In order to go south on Eagle Road, you have to stop right there where it says access, and you have to get up to 50 miles an hour. There's no lane there to get up to speed. You have to get up to 50 plus miles an hour in a very short period of time, fighting all the southbound traffic. So by adding 500 more cars, you're going to be having that issue compounded. The existing unsafe traffic maneuvers that would be much, much worse with approval of this project. I took a couple photos. This is the roundabout that is daily not being used correctly by a number of people. They skip through where that arrow is and don't go around it, which adding this number of people is going to be an issue with that as well. This is where the illegal U-turns are happening. There's a center lane that you can turn if you're coming eastbound into Kohl's parking lot. But if you're going westbound, what's happening, and it's happening daily, is people don't want to go through that convoluted route where that orange is. They're getting in that center turn lane, making an illegal U-turn to access Dutch Brothers. And they, my opinion, are going to do the same thing to access these apartments. That's really going to be an issue. And there's only so much stacking where that traffic light is. It's going to become a big problem. This is some of the street parking that's already going on in the existing neighborhoods. There's room for one car going one direction. You get two cars going each direction, you can't do it. It's a safety hazard. And since they're private roads, we can't do a whole lot about it. I can't imagine that's going to get any better. Come on, next. Oh, there we go. Oh, how do I go back?
Try your left arrow.
This is the island where you have to make that U-turn. You notice the asphalt tire rubber on the asphalt. You notice the car parked backwards. I didn't stage that. I walked there. But that's the kind of parking that goes on there. And all that U-turn stuff has to happen around that island. The applicant put in a room for bike repairs as if riding a bike in that neighborhood is advantageous or something that people are going to do. This is the existing bike lane. It's in the middle of traffic. I've been there for 13 years. I've never seen a bike in there once. Nobody rides a bike across Eagle Road down Ustick. So anything to do with bike riding, that's just stuff they put in there to make it sound better, along with words like solar. This is the existing homes and the facade on the homes that are there, just to give you an idea of the type of homes that are in that neighborhood. Nowhere on the applicant's presentation does it show the kind of homes that we have in that neighborhood. This is an example of an inside of our homes. Now my business handles single-family rentals. These single-family rentals, this kind of a neighborhood could absorb this kind of development. They're all rentals that the owners or the renters in here, if they didn't like what's coming up, they have a choice. They can put in their notice and move. We can't. We own our properties and we're stuck. These are the backyards of the existing common area. These are at least 3 of the yards that have no fences at all. We were told the tenants of these low-income affordable workplace apartments are not going to access our common area. This is the existing common area. If you look at the one fence, we were required to put fences like that where it was open. We were told by the police department that if you didn't have an open fence that common area would turn into Rape Alley, and that's a quote from the police department. It's completely black. I mean, there's no lights, nothing in that common area. And like I said, it's 20 feet from the development. To me, it's a complete sales job by the developer. These things have been stated. And like I say, I think they're sales techniques. Tenants won't use existing common area. Come on. Apartments won't use irrigation water. That was told before. That may be now, but is there anything that prevents them from down the road saying, oh, I guess city water's too expensive? Traffic won't be an issue. It's horrible now. I mean, not horrible, but everybody knows what the traffic's like on Eagle and Usick. Adding 500 cars isn't going to help. They said there's controls on the tenants, which will keep the number of tenants and the parking under control. My business also works with a lot of apartments, and we see the apartments when they don't have notice. We see them under emergency situations. The difference between an apartment when you give them 24 hours notice and the number of people that are in there versus when you show up like we show up when there's an emergency is night and day. There's no controls over how many people are going to live in these apartments or the traffic. And then I know home values aren't that big of a deal to anybody but us, but I don't know what it's going to be like going forward if something like this gets approved.
Thank you very much. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Taylor.
Quick question, Doug, and I don't know if you made this comment at the previous hearing, but you made a comment today about when these apartments were approved initially, you didn't know about it. Did you participate in any of the city council hearings, or can you just tell me?
From what I understand, 2 years ago when this got approved, it was during COVID. We've had meetings about this proposal. Absolutely nobody that was at the meetings knew that it was approved for apartments. And it's been, I mean, everybody knows it's been changed from a nightclub. It was originally commercial, then it's a nightclub, then it's one thing and it's another. I mean, I have a business to run. I'm not retired. I can't keep an eye on every sign that's put up there. And during COVID, I mean, it's pretty obvious everybody was distracted. So we had no idea that this was approved for apartments. At least I would say 95% of the people that live there.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
I'd like to chime in on that because I was here and I made the motion to approve the previous apartment project. That's 215 units. So during COVID, we provided our typical noticing. So residents within a certain distance were mailed a mailer. In addition to that, we provided virtual access to testimony and the ability for people to join hearings via Zoom. And I could just give you some flavor for it. Originally, the proposal was like a 5-story apartment building that was 295 units. From what I remember, this was a couple of years ago, but we reduced the density in that project significantly as a result of public testimony. So I do remember there being a public process. At least that's my recollection. So hopefully that helps.
You would remember it better than I. I mean, I've lived there for 13 years, but I never saw it. Like I said, it's not something that we look at every, since it's changed so many times. Like I said, most people didn't know it was happening, and I'm not doubting that you let people know. It's still, to me, what strikes me is the previous project was so well thought out and had so much room and had, open area, and there was still a lot of people complain. I wouldn't complain about that in the least. It doesn't impact an existing neighborhood. It's a perfect place for that existing project. But this is so far gone from what matches what's already there, it doesn't make any sense.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strader.
Yeah, I think, just looking at this, I'm doing a pretty big comparison between the project as it was presented to planning and zoning and the project in front of us today. So the project as it was presented in front of planning and zoning was 295 units, 4 to 5 stories, significant increase in density. Here, I'm looking at it, and they've now reduced their request to 239 units. So a pretty significant reduction. So you're going from what's currently, if we don't approve this at all, you have an entitled project that could come with 215 units, right? So
I understand that, but 215 versus the additional one, the additional height. I can just tell you how I feel about it living there.
but Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
did you get any comfort from the height restrictions or the changes? Like, I'm curious if you have a preference about the flat roof versus pitched roof or,
That doesn't make any
Okay.
difference. I mean, the traffic is already a mess. There's already too many bad things that are happening with traffic, in my opinion.
Mhm.
And you're just going to exacerbate it by adding 500 plus more cars to an area it shouldn't be built.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
Well, I will say that one takeaway for me is that I think we should seriously consider the elimination of approving private drives throughout the city of Meridian because clearly it is causing a lot of issues.
I think you're in a dilemma.
Hmm.
I don't think our neighborhood should have ever been built there. You have a dilemma. The neighborhood was built there. We didn't know that all this was going to come up. I'm sure it would be your preference that our homes weren't there and you could build it all the way back into the corner and it wouldn't have the impact. But unfortunately, they are there and have been there for 15 years. So there's just too much impact on the existing streets and our neighborhood. And the streets that are already there, Ustick and Eagle Road are already, it's the busiest intersection in town. We want to add 500 plus more cars there. I mean, I know what was approved before, but we can't do anything about that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
that's the end of my questions.
Council, any additional questions? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Joseph Lemay.
Good evening, excuse me, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Thank you for hearing me. First and foremost, I was appreciative of the developers' comments of what they're doing to mitigate some of this, but I still have grave concerns over the four-story apartments or the fourth floor apartments. This has nothing to do with building height, whether it's a pitched roof, flat roof, that type of thing. It's a simple vantage point. If you're standing on the first floor of a building, you're looking at the parking lot. If you're on the second floor, you're looking down at maybe the parking, or you're looking at landscaping, I'm sorry, on the first floor. Second floor, you go to parking lot or a carport. Third floor, you're starting to look over the roofs of these neighbors. On the fourth floor, you're now looking directly down into our backyards. Again, it has nothing to do with how tall the building is. It is the vantage point. I have a problem with that. I don't have so much problem with the apartments themselves, but it needs to be dropped down to a third floor thing. Secondly, as most of us have talked about, is the way the streets in Jackson Square are set up. They're very much a dead end type of unit. With the addition of the 239 units, it's going to further burden the streets and cause even worse congestion and traffic. We have significant speeding problems along Center Point because people think they can get through and around the Eagle Ustick intersection by speeding through our neighborhood. I would request that if this is approved, that there is some mitigation, speed mounds that are emergency vehicle accessible be put in to at least slow the traffic down. I don't know if that's a possibility. It could be worked out with ACHD. But we need to do something because of the amount of traffic already speeding through is only going to be exasperated by the additional traffic going in and out there. Private roads, they mentioned putting in no parking zones. No parking signs are like stop signs in a subdivision. They're a casual reminder. Nobody obeys them. There are no parking signs all along some of the private roads now. Nobody listens. They park there anyway. Park right on the side. Says no parking. See it every day. I don't know what else can be done to mitigate that problem. The bigger issue is that these private roads, and Councilwoman Strader, you mentioned it, the private road shouldn't have been approved because they don't meet ACHD standards. They are terribly backed up. When you add the additional number of vehicles going up and down there, those roads are currently owned and maintained by Jackson Square. There needs to be some commitment somehow that if this is approved, that the apartment complex developer, something, is prepared to support maintenance of those roads. That also goes into consideration of the common area access agreements, the irrigation systems, and the like. 'Cause we own it all. If they come in and say they're not going to use it, I don't believe that.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cower.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mr. May, sorry I'm not there in person. Appreciate your testimony tonight. A couple of quick questions for you. Maybe I'll start first with your request about maybe mitigation around the private road. I think that was something council touched on when this was last before us. And as I understand, I think the applicant will confirm this for us, is that either a previous version of the homeowners association or landowner, developer, et cetera, has given this applicant an agreement to allow them to use your guys' private roads. So it does make it challenging that there's not a lot of forcible action on the city to prevent them from being able to use your private roads if the owner at some point has granted them an access. But however, I do think that you guys as a homeowners association, it sounds like the applicant's willing to put in no parking signs. And certainly if somebody parks there, because our police department can't enforce it, you as a homeowners association could enforce it civilly and have those vehicles towed or whatever. So I wanted to give you some of that feedback there. My question though is, Mr. LeMay, you touched on about your concern about the third and fourth floor residents that, looking into yards and whatnot of the existing Jackson Square homeowners. That was something I was concerned about when this was last before us, and the applicant touched on, they do still have windows there, but I believe they're small in size to allow natural light in, but not in a position that would let residents peer out. From my perspective, I think that addresses my concern, but I'm curious, you've been in a lot of these hearings, you've provided a lot of testimony. I was curious if you had any feedback on what the applicant had proposed.
In respect to the windows in the 2-story or 3-story apartment, on the west side of Center Point, they did reduce the windows that look into the first home there in on Center Point, the first home in Jackson Square. They've got the 4-story buildings in the main area that's east of Center Point toward the Dalton Royale and Dutch Brothers, that. Those buildings still, 4-story windows, look straight back onto the homeowners and the apartments that are existing in the facility. If they would have, they've turned them on end is what I saw on the presentation, but it still gives people access to view from wherever they're at in the house. From a 4th floor perspective, they're going to be seeing things that may or may not be, appreciated by the neighbors.
Got it. Thank you for that. Mr. Mayor, one quick additional question, if I may.
Councilman Cower.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. LeMay, I know that you've sent a couple pieces of written correspondence. One, I think we got just real recently, and I think this has been addressed, but I just want to make sure because I know council reads all the emails and letters and the voicemails that we've received for all of our applications, but you had some concern, I think, about the posting, and I think your previous neighbor touched on that. I just want to make sure that your concern about that had either been addressed by staff or you have some better understanding.
Yes, it was. My understanding was from the last meeting, this meeting was pushed off for a month so that the developer could make changes to his presentation. And then proper notification was supposed to go out to the homeowners, to the affected public. My understanding from staff this evening is that no, that's not required. I'm not sure why, but my understanding was that it's not required for them to resend the application saying, we do have a city council meeting coming up on this would be November 19th or 16th, I'm sorry, and have those mailers go out and update the signs that are around the development. So the only reason most of us knew that this meeting was going to happen this evening is because we were here at the last meeting where they said this has been continued until November 16th.
Great. And Mr. Mayor, just real quick, if I can, and Mr. Mayor, I think you touched exactly on the why. I know you said you didn't know why. I think the why is this is the same action item that was before us a month ago. The council has just chosen to continue that, so the decision hasn't been made, so it's a continuance of an existing action item. But I appreciate the feedback and the comments, both on our process and on this application this evening.
Council, any additional questions? Thank you very much.
Very much.
Mr. Mayor, next is Monda Holsinger.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I came last time and visited with you guys and was embarrassed when I realized that it had been passed, that 213 apartments could be built there. I had no idea. And I'm the HOA president. So shame on me. And yeah, so I didn't know either. So I was one of those people. So I would just ask that you deny the request for more than 213 apartments. And I've lived there for 12 years, if you do approve 213, we would ask that in addition to completing the concrete block wall that is going to be from south to north, that they would also add a west to east 8-foot concrete block wall, and then also make a commitment to maintain that block wall. Last year, for a small section of that block wall that's already there, we paid $18,000 to have that repaired. So it's an exorbitant cost, but we would ask that they would put in 665 feet, which would be the Jackson Square piece. So, any questions?
Council, any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor, next is Bruce Dickinson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Bruce Dickinson. I live at 2771 North Centerpoint Way in Meridian. I've got a list, but I'll spare you all of it because many of the points have already been made. I guess the main point that I wanted to make, is really two things. One, you touched on private roads, I guess they're called. Obviously, I hope you do something about it. I don't know if they're a common practice. I've certainly never incurred them anywhere else. I've lived in several other states, but seems like an inexpensive way to develop. The city doesn't have to pay for the roads. Unfortunately, as we've found out the hard way, is that plans are made and approved, and then plans change. When our homes were approved and that development was approved, the idea was there would be commercial out there. So the commercial, different traffic patterns than what I assume an apartment complex would have. Over the years, my wife and I have actually managed some apartment complexes, and pretty much people come and go en masse when they have to go to work and when they come home. During the rest of the time, they come and go randomly, and I get that. But there is always a large number of people leaving at the same time because of the way the roads are structured. I would say that unfortunately, there's 119 dwellings in the Jackson Square portion of this development. There are going to be at the least 215 dwellings on this 10-acre spot in front of it. It would seem like because it's in front of it, everybody would go out the front. Unfortunately, there's only one road where you can turn left, and the two roads where you can turn right beyond that road where you can turn left are private roads. They're maintained by the 119 people that have lived there for quite a while and didn't know that this would be an issue down the road. At least I didn't. Did we show up at a meeting 2 years ago? Apparently not enough of us. As you can see, we're a pretty organized group. So if we'd have known about it, you'd have known about us knowing about it. We didn't. So can't go backwards. I get that. But at the same time, as we go forward, we need to take care not to make things worse than they already are. So I would respectfully ask that no more than 215 apartments be approved and that you deny approval of the CUP. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Jeff Verba.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, my name's Jeff Verba, live at 3005 North of Blanc Way, Meridian, Idaho, 83646. You guys that have been here for a while have seen me in multiple meetings with things going on. The one thing you've heard a lot of different things going on tonight. The one thing I want to bring up to your attention and stuff you guys need to think about going forward is the original development agreement that was made for that property and the private roads was made at the time for retail type businesses going in there. The city council and planning and zoning elected to do a former CUP to allow the 213 apartment complexes going in there. Did they go and require that change in the development agreement at that time? No. Now we're looking at trying to jump it up to 239 and no changes to development agreement again. You guys require development agreements being done on all annex properties. They are done. The city council then later on can make up their decision to change something in that development agreement. But the original plans that were done have not changed. I appreciate them trying to work with trying to make the buildings a little shorter and that. I'm against having a 4-story building with a flat roof. I love seeing the aesthetics that peak roofs give you. I am pleading with you guys to go back to the already approved 215. They have been fighting since July or June to try to get it up to 295 or drop it down from there. I know it's already approved at 215. Please keep it at that. Please keep it to the 3 stories that have already been approved that we can't change at the moment unless somebody else comes in for another CUP to change it back to retail property again. And if you do elect to approve it, please see if they can work with the homeowners association there to do some kind of modification to the original development agreement for the maintaining of those private roads. It initially wasn't made to have that type of traffic in. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Steve Grant.
Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Steve Grant. I live at 1534 North Leslie Way in Meridian. I appreciate the first gentleman that made the presentation with the slides. He kind of covered the traffic issues that are on my mind. I just wanted to point out one thing. During the last hearing, the applicant indicated that they would widen Center Point and create a left turn lane onto westbound U-Stick. I didn't notice in the staff report or the applicant's notes that was included. So I'm wondering where that stands. And I think the parking issues have been well outlined, I believe. And the East Picard Street is on the south boundary of the project. If there's no parking on Center Point and no parking on Cajun Lane, then, Picard Street ought to not have parking either. So that's something that ought to be taken into consideration. This is, the previous applications for the spa and the nightclub all had issues with traffic and parking, and nothing seems to have changed now. So I hope that that the things that have been concerns that have been raised will be you'll take into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
just maybe a question for staff. Can you confirm the gentleman's first question about the widening of the road to allow the left turn lane? Is that still in part of the agreement here?
Mayor, Councilman Taylor, that is part of ACHD's requirement
Okay.
for the development.
So then it would, okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, Carrie Gammon.
Good evening, everyone. I am Carrie Gammon, 3055 North Center Point Way, Meridian, Idaho, 83646. This type of project, I think, could be useful, but it is not appropriate at this location with this number of units. It was noted last time that it probably wasn't a good idea to have the land zone for this type of residential use. So I don't understand why anyone would want to double down and just try to stick as many apartments in as possible. Please consider this area to be more appropriate for less housing. I also am at the point where the 215 is looking a lot better. While the letters of support are nice for them to have, with all due respect, the people supporting this do not live there. I do. I actually do appreciate, though, some of the privacy changes, because I am that house that is 61 feet from the closest building. So I'm actually going to kind of skip over what I had there. I appreciate that, what they've done. However, I'm still the one house that is right up front, right for everyone to see, including not just the building next to me, but the other buildings they can see in my many windows that are into bedrooms and bathrooms. And what kind of scares me is the more people that are there, the more it can see if I'm home, if I'm not home, what I'm doing, and that just scares me. And the more people, there's more of a problem. Also, I'd like to know if the proposed changes to Center Point Road or way are guaranteed or just suggested. As you know, traffic is a huge problem. I'm not even going to touch on that. It will only worsen with the apartments, though, especially with such a high number of tenants and cars. And please understand that with the less units, it would still be a problem, but it wouldn't be as bad. Every unit is going to compound it more and more and more. And if there's no parking on Center Point, will that apply to the house residents as well? That's a question. What about the houses that need to park their cars or campers on the street in front of their own houses? I think the apartment tenants parking in front of our houses will cause trouble. It'll cause, the butting of heads. It's going to cause a problem between the apartments and the residents if we have to continually call either the police or towing or whoever it is over and over. And it will also cause a problem on Center Point, which is already crowded and busy by having cars parked all over the street. And I'm not even sure how far they can park out, but that's just going to narrow the lane for people to get out onto U-Stick. And this is almost impossible to avoid no matter the parking spaces that are allowed. I beg you please, with this higher number of units, to consider that this project will be a disaster in many ways at this location. And if you feel that there's some truth to this, please consider this location to be more suitable for the less apartment agreed at 215. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, Carrie, I appreciate your testimony. This is the first time I think I've heard anything about residents already parking on Center Point. So what we've been hearing is no parking needs to happen on Center Point, but residents already do park on Center Point. So,
The street is full.
okay.
Yes.
Well, thank you for that clarification.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Jared Schofield, I couldn't tell if Jared wanted to speak.
Jared Schofield, 1566 North Leslie Way, Meridian, Idaho. And, you know, I'm here, so I might as well come up and see all you personally. So thank you guys, mayor and council members. So I'll keep it short since everybody's kind of already hit on a lot of the safety aspects of this with the traffic and things. That is obviously a very big concern. Anytime you increase density, that's a lot more vehicles. It is the busiest intersection in the state. Those intersection on U-Stick heading out to Eagle is always backed up every day during rush hour. Being on Leslie Way, the community has now found that we intersect from U-Stick out to Eagle. And so every morning when taking kids to the bus stop, they actually use that as a new raceway to be able to bisect the intersection because it has less traffic. We have had vehicles literally pass us driving from, I'm on the east side or on the north side of Leslie, and I've had vehicles pass me on Leslie Way to get out to Eagle. So it has been a very big concern. And I mean, MPD has been available to do things here and there, but you know, they can't patrol one street at all times. So that's always a very big issue. Another one I want to bring up is in their proposal, they were actually showing the safe paths to school. Every one of those yellow lines, every one of those yellow arrows they showed was actually through private property. And being on Leslie Way, I know most of those homeowners personally. They do not have authorization to go through these properties. Plain and simple, they don't have it, they don't want it. There's one individual on the street right now that allows people in strict permission, after individual permissions, to go through their property to access the back playground of the school. There's not a single other individual on the street that allows them that to happen. He is also elderly at this time, and he's actually contemplating closing his gate because several issues with elementary school kids or general public accessing through that at odd hours. So that is something that still very heavily needs to be addressed. Safe schools is a major issue. We need to have the way for kids from this development to be able to get around to that. If it's not through private property like they're showing, there's not a good way. And other than using eminent domain to establish that, I don't see how you're going to get around doing that. I guess the only other thing I have right now is again, more of the same on the traffic. There needs to be some way to establish a way to access in and off of Leslie Way onto U-Stick. There's several times when we're trying to get off of Leslie Way onto U-Stick, either direction. We will sit there for 15 to 20 minutes till whether somebody will open up a gap wide enough for you to just get out to go right eastbound on U-Stick, or if we have to get across and go west on U-Stick. There's a lot of times when you don't have a chance to do anything there, and people will cut the middle lane to access to the center point light. And so you end up with 3 moving lanes of traffic there all at once. So it's a very big safety concern there, but thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Appreciate it.
Thank
you. Mr. Mayor, that was the whole list.
That's it? Okay. Is there anybody else in the audience who'd like to provide testimony on this item or on would you like to come forward?
My name is Barry Holsinger. I live at 2836 North Center Point Way. And I'm part of the HOA in Jackson Square right there. And I've been working with landscaping for the last almost 10 years. My issue is the water still. Last time I brought it up, I said that the VAT, which services all the irrigation, Napa irrigation district, sits right there by Eagle. And there's no way that additional services can be added to that VAT. We already have a great struggle getting enough water just to our our area and have for the last 5 to 10 years. And their answer to that was, well, we'll just use city water. And the problem with that is several. One, the people who live directly behind us on Leslie, one of them was just up here, they have had the same issue for the last 10 years. And what they did to account for that was get their own wells. They dug their own wells back there so that they didn't have to deal with the irrigation district or the issue of it. Or they used city water, which was very expensive. Now, I want to know what kind of provision they've made for water for this development where they're going to have these green areas and all that, and irrigation for all that, when they haven't made any mention of any wells, and they're going to use city water that's going to be passed on to these low-income residents. I don't see anything happening. So please consider the fact that water is another big issue.
Council, any questions? All right, thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to provide testimony on this item? Okay, would the applicant like to come forward to close?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. First, addressing traffic, the project as proposed before you will be less than the previously approved Villasport project, and also less than the TIS approved range in 2022 that was proposed with the existing multifamily project, which also did include approximately 14,000 square feet of additional retail comparable to what has been built out there. The applicant will improve the Center Point Eustic intersection to restripe and add the turn lane that will improve traffic flow for everyone. And as was mentioned, that is incorporated into condition 2.7 that requires compliance with ACHD conditions. There's limited access onto Eagle Road with a right-in, right-out and a constructed median there. So that will limit trips and the purpose of trips to go south through the neighbor's property and private streets. The building location and orientation is largely unchanged. And so a lot of the comments that we heard are about distances, for example, of the 3-story building that runs lengthwise along the south and encroachment on their open space areas, but it is in the same location. So it is the same as approved now. The applicant can agree to change the window types on the narrow end of the 4-story that is oriented to the south, since that building is changing, to accommodate the request for additional privacy, just like we did on the 2-story building that's oriented to the south. And that would just be to reduce those upper story window heights in the same ways. We can't eliminate the balconies on the 3-story building that was requested. Again, that building is unchanged, but that is also a code requirement for private open space. The request for the block wall running east to west for 665 feet is cost prohibitive. There is an existing privacy fence along that border now between the properties, but there is a condition to extend that further on the west boundary, and that will remain the same. For safe routes to schools, we do understand that the yellow arrows were proposed locations that the city is exploring for future connectivity and opportunities as those properties come into the city for annexation or otherwise can be negotiated and acquired from those people through discussions with them. There is a clarification I want to raise too on the conditions related to height. As we proposed, we believe the 3-story pitched roof is comparable to the flat roof of the 4-story. They're roughly around this 45-foot range, and staff has recognized that because design review has not happened, that may range up to 48. There's some flexibility there that they've incorporated into the conditions so that we can have that final approval through design review. But on the other buildings on the 3-story, if it's a flat roof, the 38 feet that they put in there does work. They recognize in the conditions that that could be a pitched or a flat roof. If it is a pitched roof, in order to meet the 512 pitch of the city's architectural requirements, that will have to slope up to the very peak at 44. Again, very comparable to the 4-story. The lower part of that roof starts at 30 and it slopes up to 44. And similarly with the 2 stories, it starts at 20 and slopes up to approximately 34. And so again, these designs are being finalized and there's flexibility in the conditions to recognize that those lower buildings could be pitched or flat. We agree with the recommendation that pitched would be better adjacent to residential. We liked that idea. We just need to make sure those heights are clarified to match the requirements once you add in that pitch. We also just remind the council of a couple of the summary points that with that change in the 4-story flat, we believe that we are comparable to what has been approved. Our parking will be better because of the ratio that has increased due to our addition of new parking spaces and due to the intervening change in city code that added new requirements since that prior approval. And the safe routes to school will be as is now for the area, but we'd like to continue to work with the city to improve that. So with that, you'll still get 239 new affordable units, and we know that is desperately needed here, and we're happy to partner with the city to bring those. We ask for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Little Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, Deborah, could you address the water issue? Are there water rights that come with this property? Will you be using city water? You heard his questions.
Yes, Mayor, thank you for the question. Councilmember Little Roberts, yes, we did address that last time, but I'll repeat that, yes, we will not be using any of the pressurized irrigation that they use, any surface irrigation rights. We will be using city water, and we have ample supply from the city and connectivity to do that because of the infill location.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
someone mentioned speed bumps. I thought I would get your thoughts around that.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Strader, we are happy to work with ACHD to provide the raised table within our property that provides that connectivity that's shown on our plans to provide that that connectivity within our property and the ACHD. As far as the neighbors to the south, I'll have to let the applicant address that one directly. Are you talking about on the private roads?
Chase Huber, 37532 Southeast Fury Street, Snoqualmie, Washington. We are happy to entertain it and work with the HOA to find suitable locations for speed bumps if they find that as a necessary solution. We will also work with ACHG to do a raised table or whatever we can do to mitigate traffic through Center Point Way, which goes directly through our property. And we have started that in earnest already and plan to continue that for the safety of our tenants, but also for the safety of the neighborhood.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strader.
Thank you. I think that is helpful. The flexibility on that. And I know, just to recap, but I think the raised table you're discussing is a pedestrian crossing. Is that right? From the westernmost part of your property to the main part of the property across Center Point?
That's correct.
And so what you're saying is it will kind of function as a speed bump because of the nature of the construction of it. So it is a speed bump that is also a pedestrian crossing. Okay, thank you.
You can hang out there. You can sit down, whatever you want.
Yeah, well, Mr. Mayor, just maybe a couple real quick.
Councilman Caver.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Ms. Nelson.
Don't worry.
I know. I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Nelson, the applicant, his last comments, I want to make sure what I heard, because sometimes when I hear entertain, that means that we'll We'll talk about it. I guess I'm coming away from that conversation that your applicant or your employer is willing to work with the neighbors to place, I don't know, 2 speed pillows that are acceptable by our fire department within their neighborhood to slow things down. Is that what he was referring to when he said entertain?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Cavanagh, yes, that's fair.
Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Mayor, one just additional, maybe more comment and for some clarification.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So Ms. Nelson, because you're before us a lot, maybe just some feedback, because certainly my takeaway when you were talking through about the safe routes to schools, my takeaway from that was the implication that those already existed. And so I appreciate you clarifying tonight that those are proposed. But certainly I had a similar takeaway that the residents did, which is that those already existed. So I appreciate you making that clarification. I just would ask in the future, maybe for those of us that are remote that aren't hearing everything the same way, to provide a little bit more clarity so that I could fully understand what you're proposing.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Cavanagh, understood, happy to do that, and probably should have spent more time on that slide. It is indicated on the key, and but appreciate that feedback.
Thank you.
And maybe I would add, I would assume those are more potential locations for safe routes, but not all of them would likely ever exist. That would be more so than anything. So it's one of them, if it ever happens, would be the best outcome.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct from our understanding as well.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Scher.
I would like to thank you for working on that, because while there is not a solution in front of us now, it does, I think, give the city a path towards something to work toward, because clearly we have a lot of work to do in this area to figure out our safe route to school. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
I don't have any more questions. I think, unless the council does, I think we've received a lot of testimony the last couple of days, so I think I'd be prepared to make a motion to close the public testimony unless there was any remaining questions for the applicant in closing. Seeing not, I move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
I have a motion, a second, to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
I'll just kind of kick off some of the discussion. I'm likely to talk a couple of times here, just really curious to get some feedback from the rest of my council members. I think I'd start by saying, first off, I have a lot of sympathy for the residents here. This is probably one of the more challenging applications I've kind of come across. And part of it is, and I think I mentioned this last time, but I had a similar situation in 2015 or 16 where we had some county land being annexed into the city. I represented the HOA and I had my 10 minutes and I stood up here with Mayor Tammy and I warned the city council of all these terrible things that were probably likely to happen and concerns that we had with traffic, with safety, with an inappropriate high density housing next to some residential. So I'm sympathetic because they're really, you feel those concerns deep in your gut. Like it's when you live there, it hits a little differently than when you're just making a decision from the city. So I think for that reason, it's made this a little bit really challenging. Since the first hearing, every time I drive to Lowe's or take my kids to Dick's or something like that, I think about this and I look at the land and I contemplate what's being proposed there and I contemplate the neighbors' concerns. And I think if we were to go back in time, certainly you would say maybe it makes more sense to put more housing or the retail. I understand those arguments. It's certainly, like I said, I think I'm really sympathetic to that. But I want to pick up also a little bit where we left off with my comments. I think it's helpful to frame the discussion for what it is. we, essentially what we did is we relitigated a decision that had been made several years ago. And while that was perfectly fine and it was good to take the testimony, I think it's important we understand what we're actually deciding here. We don't get to go back and revoke a decision that's been made. When a person owns a piece of property, they own legal rights to that property. We talk about them as in the world of real estate, a bundle of rights, and there are certain rights that are associated with the ownership. When that property is sold, that bundle of rights is also transferred legally to the new applicant, and they possess those rights. And so, you know, right of possession, right of enjoyment, things of that nature, there's 6 or 7 of them, and they're actually legally defined. So I think about when we're comparing opinions and concerns against someone who owns legal rights to a piece of property, how do you measure that? And certainly the right of enjoyment of your own property should be factored into some of our decisions. I think about that quite a bit when we're talking about development that's affecting me, right? Look at how does it affect my property? How does it affect me? And certainly we have to take that into consideration. Those are really challenging. But what we're looking at is considering allowing a modification to a development agreement to move from 213 to 239, changing market rate to what I would consider workforce housing, and allowing some modifications to that development agreement to make this project work. As was stated, the desire to bring in workforce housing into the city of Meridian is a high priority for the city. It has been. My memory may or may not be correct, but I've been on the council for about 10 months, 11 months. This may be the first one I've had before me that had this type of application with workforce housing. I could be wrong, but my memory is this is the first time I've encountered it. So I've had a lot of meetings and a lot of applications. This is the first time we've had this, and this is a high stated goal for the city. So I think that's important to contemplate. And the reason I say that is when we heard a lot of testimony from residents saying 215 sounds okay, the 239 is just a step too far. Some of the modifications to the building heights, et cetera, are just a little bit too much. If I take that into account, then I would say, well, then what's the higher objective here? Is it having 24 fewer units, or is it having 239 homes that meet a demographic of 29,000 to 78,000? Which again, that's average teacher pay in Idaho is $45,000. Okay. So we have to weigh those different societal goods back and forth between the two. And so I have been going back and forth quite a bit tonight on that. I think a lot of the concerns listed tonight, traffic, we hear that a lot. Those are real concerns. Very sympathetic to that. But a lot of the concerns listed are the behaviors of individual private citizens and how they, you know, if they're already parking on the road in a way that they shouldn't be doing that. Talk about, comment was made about, you know, concerns of safety of people being in areas that they shouldn't, you know, those things are outside of the purview of what city council can essentially regulate. If they're violating ordinance, then we have a police department that we do our best to dissuade that kind of behavior, but we try to have developments that are designed in a way to produce safety. And I think Councilman Overton's done a good job educating me on the work that he's done and the city's done to try to make sure our developments are safe for residents. And those concerns are kind of baked into some of the ordinances and the land use applications we have. So as I look at this project holistically, I commend the applicant for listening a lot to the concerns of the citizens from where you started, taking into account some of the concerns that were raised at the last hearing to make some modifications to that. So I think that I appreciate that. I appreciate when people listen to the concerns and they try to accommodate that to the best of their ability. We also have to recognize bringing a project like this where you're using some tax credits, these are really complex deals. These are not easy to do. There's a lot of work that goes into making this work. And so for us to consider a high priority goal, and that we have an applicant willing to do a lot of the challenging work to make a deal, a project pencil out, I think it's reasonable for the city council to consider the modifications that they're requesting, because as I see them, I don't see any of them as being overly offensive to what we were trying to do. Again, I understand that this spot of land it's a tough one. In talking with my colleagues and the mayor about this a little bit, this has always been a challenging piece of land. It just is. And again, reflecting on the fact that the property's been approved for 215, I don't agree with the suggestion that the new application is so much different than the old application that it should be denied on that basis. As I've contemplated the old one and the current one, I see them actually very similar in many respects. So again, I want to sort of frame what I think the discussion should be about tonight with, it's not relitigating a past decision. It's what's before us with the modification of the development agreement. Sure, certainly sympathetic and want to hear the comments of my fellow council members on this, so.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
Councilman Cavanagh has his hand raised. If he wants to get first in line, he's welcome to, but
I didn't realize my hand was raised. Sorry, Councilmember Strader. Please, I'll defer to you.
Mr. Mayor. So I've been here, okay, for all of these. I was here for part of the I was here for the Villa Sports. I was here for the multifamily apartments. And just to refresh people's memory, so the original request at that time, when we considered it, and there was a full public process, everyone was noticed, we had a hearing, and the original request was for 5-story buildings and 295 units, from what I recall. And that was reduced by me to 215 units in a motion because of concerns around the roadway network and the private drive aisles. Looking at this, when this original request went to planning and zoning, I looked at that as a non-starter. Again, an almost identical project was denied with a similar unit count and similar height. However, I am encouraged by the applicant's revised request. I am looking at this similar to Councilman Taylor. I could support the addition of these units, bringing us to 239 units. But part of the reason, and I appreciate the additional time, is I've just had a chance to think about how we look at affordable housing. I consider this a workforce housing project. I think it's important for these projects to meet the same rigorous standards that are expected from market rate proposals. And that includes a transition to surrounding single-family residential neighborhoods. Under our revised comprehensive plan guidance, we expect a difference of no more than 1 story to surrounding residential neighborhoods. Here, I feel because of the height of the buildings at 2 stories, 3 stories, and the 4 stories with a flat roof with a height restriction, making it identical to the height of a 3-story pitched roof building, I can get on board with that. I think justification of an approximately 10% increase in units at this site is supported in exchange for a 40-year deed restriction and having it remain affordable. I am troubled and continue to be troubled by the existing configuration of the private roadway network here. And I think if the applicant is supportive of working with the HOA on non-parking, no parking signs, the addition of up to 2 potential additional speed bumps outside of the existing pedestrian crossing that will function as a speed bump on Centerpoint, with the addition of the left turn lane, I think does help to mitigate concerns. It does not solve them. And the truth is that I don't think that the city of Meridian should be approving residential developments with private roadways. I think that's the takeaway from my perspective. We could see what happened here is very problematic, but I was thinking a lot about what Councilman Taylor said in the last meeting, talking about, I think it was his sister, and there is such a deep need here for more affordable housing, and this type of proposal, I think, meets the bar for what we expect in the city of Meridian. It's certainly been a complicated and tense process, and I understand why. There are, again, these different competing interests, but I think that the surrounding residents are still well-served by not having a 5-story building with 300 units, and that's not what they're going to have. So I think the modest addition in units is justifiable in this case. So that's where I'm shaking out on it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Cavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to start first because we heard some comments about our neighbors feeling they weren't informed about maybe previous actions. And when I hear that, I have a sympathetic frustration. I'm sympathetic because this body knows we really value public participation. We really value public feedback so much that we require meetings with applicants and neighbors before they ever apply before the city. We require a larger radius to inform the public than what the state says that we need to do. We also publish these things on Nextdoor, and Councilmember Strader and our good mayor can attest, especially during COVID times, we worked really, really hard to inform our residents about things that were going on because we want them to be a part of the process. And I think that good public feedback is one of the reasons why I'm tending to be supportive of this project tonight. I wasn't a month ago because I'd heard the feedback from our neighbors about the concerns about views, about traffic going through on these private drives. And Councilmember Strader, you hit the nail on the head. There's got to be a really, really high bar for us to approve public roads, particularly if they're going to intersect, in collectors. Those are things that we've really got to keep a good eye on. I want to commend the applicant for being responsive to the feedback. I know that the applicant is on a tight deadline, and I felt they've done a really, really good job of responding to at least the concerns that I had. So again, my apologies to those who didn't feel they were informed. It's good feedback for us to look to see where we can continue to improve because we value feedback. For me, it's because the applicant responding to much of the feedback that we heard about the way this, which I think is a very worthy project, though, would maybe have some potential negative impact on some of our neighbors' lives. They've responded in kind, slowing traffic down through the private drives, modifying the windows. I think the height as well on the flat roofs, I think are all things that were big areas of concern for me. And because the applicant has worked to address them, I'll likely be in favor of the request this evening.
Mayor and council, don't mean to interrupt you this evening. I like the discussion. Just wanted to at least just share some information on the record for you. So I do appreciate the applicant willing to work with the neighbors, but I was in front of a different council back in 2013, 2014, and the same discussion came up when the other attached product was built in front of part of Jackson Square, and we did require speed humps to be put on those public street sections. So I'm not sure if they're still there or not, but there is traffic calming built into those roadways currently. So I'm not sure what the applicant can do to make the neighbors happy when it's already been done. That action was taken by a previous council back in, like I said, 2013, 2014, and that was a condition of the development agreement back when that was approved for that section of the residential. So just wanted to let you know that little bit of information.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Overton.
I'd like to start off by thanking the residents from Jackson Square and the few that live off of Leslie Drive. Before I got on the council, I was an HOA president, multiple times testifying in front of a previous city council. Very similar issues. And
I got to tell you something. I appreciate everything you've said and everything you've done. And a month ago, I was probably the most outspoken that I was against this project. And you might shake your heads at me, but if it wasn't for the work you did, this very well could have been a much higher density than what's proposed tonight. Because even if we said no tonight, you're going to end up with a 215 unit high density development that doesn't have all of the extra safeguards that have been built in by the applicant tonight. I appreciate what you've done. I appreciate you coming forward and testifying. It's because of that pressure that you do that helps this go an extra month while the applicant worked on what more they could do to be the best neighbors they could be. I can live with the 239. It's 24 units more than what's already approved in the original DA. But one of the reasons I can do that is because the applicant has stepped up and made all the changes they've made to this plan and tried to be the best neighbor they can be to have this work. If you remember a month ago, I said, this is the right project, but I thought it was the wrong place. I still wish we had a different place. I wish we didn't have the previous agreement from 2022, but it's there. It's solid. It's done. It's already happening. I remember when the houses on Leslie Drive, some of those were built back in the mid-70s. It was all county. They had private wells. I think they all sit on at least an acre of ground. And it wraps all the way around like a belt around this entire area where you live in Jackson Square and where this apartment complex will be built. The bright spot here with Centerpoint is it's going to be built out to have a left turn lane to give everyone, not just from the apartments, but from your development to get out onto Ustick. Will you have increased traffic? Absolutely. I would be wrong to tell you differently. There's going to be increased traffic, absolutely. But I think you've got a good project, a solid addition to the community that we need. And I think they're going to do everything that they promised they were going to do. And I really hope they continue to work for finding that safe route to schools. Because going through those old county lots, I know if it was our folks with our Parks Department that wrote those in, I think that's kind of our dream routes if we could make a wish. But it may be at some point having some sort of an agreement coming down Eagle Road so we can get there. I don't know what that's going to look like, but I don't want you to give up on it because it's important. It's important not just for your development, it's important for their development as well. So from 295 to 279 to 239 tonight. And I didn't think this when I came in this evening. I'll be supportive of this project.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Will Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, I was very much on the fence about this project when I came in tonight, but I've been impressed with the testimony of the neighbors as well as the due diligence of the applicant. And I have worked diligently for years regarding improving our workforce housing. We've got teachers and nurses and professionals that really need housing just like this. So I think this is well done. I think that it will be a great addition to those people that are maybe either struggling to stay in our area to continue teaching or nursing for other professions, or for those that are looking to move in Meridian, excuse me, and take those jobs that we so desperately need to fill. So I will be supporting this project tonight.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
I think everything that needs to be said has already been said. Thanks to the neighbors. I guess the only thing I would add, Mr. Stern, I hope you run for re-election because you made an outstanding presentation and represented your neighbors well. Thank you for the effort that you put into that and helping us better understand what's going on in your neighborhood. All of you who testified, I think, helped move us to where we need to be and helped in previous meetings, moving the applicant where they need to be. You know, the numbers rolling around in my head are the same ones that you've heard here, 213, 295, 279, down to 239. And the 239 number allows for people like teachers, medical technicians, some of our starting police officers. Those folks all fall within the income range of what this housing complex will provide for our workforce. Is 26 the magic number that moves me from being on the fence to supportive of this? I don't know that that's the magic number for me, but it seems to be the number that makes this pencil out for the applicant. To Councilwoman Strader's point, it also locks that in for 40 years so that we have a workforce that we know will have an opportunity to live and work here in our community. And I guess I'm sensitive to that. I have a daughter who was looking for affordable housing and just this month has moved into a place in Nampa because she couldn't find a place here in Meridian. So I would like to make sure that we have affordable housing for our workforce. And again, is this the ideal project? I don't know, but the numbers from 295 down to 239, I think have caused me to move off the fence, and I will also be supporting this project tonight.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
I think the consensus is pretty clear where council is, so I'm prepared to make a motion unless there's any other comments that any of my council members would be interested in making. Okay, I do have one question on making the motion. Other than what is listed here in the staff report and in the report here today, we're also asking to clarify that we move from 60% to 80% to comply with the HUD guidelines. I wanted to clarify, did we, you'd mentioned, Deborah, of being willing to add the additional sort of window privacy. I wasn't clear if that was already in your proposal or if that would be something new we would need to add. Can staff clarify that for me?
Mayor, members of the council, that would be something you need to add.
Need to add. Okay, so if I just say the window privacy, so that would be sufficient, okay?
Yes.
And then the last question I have would be on, and again, maybe Bill, if you could clarify, we talked about, there seemed to be some interest from council to hear the concerns about for residents for some speed bumps or some speed calming, but you mentioned that that was part of the original development agreement. I'm not sure if the location that original development agreement indicated they would be versus what we're talking about tonight is the same. Is this the same place? So I think we should, I would defer to include it in the motion unless I'm advised otherwise.
Yes, members of the mayor, members of the council, the portion I was talking about was the private, I heard Picard Lane, they wanted some traffic calming on that as well, and I heard Center Point. So again, as you heard in in the testimony, Center Point, they're working with ACHD for the raised crossing. That could be a yay, it could be a no. Don't know what ACHD is going to allow for that portion. But as far as East Picard Lane, which is a portion of a private street in this development, and also East Bourbon Lane, which is a private street in Jackson Square subdivision, those do have speed humps in them. And that was required back in 2013, 2014.
Okay. So, Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H2024-0019 to also include a modification to change from 60% to 80% AMI to comply with HUD regulations, to accommodate the window privacy provisions agreed to by the applicant to include in the development agreement, and for the applicant to work with the HOA and ACHD to find appropriate locations for 2 additional speed bumps or speed calming measures to be included.
Second.
Good motion.
Mr. Mayor.
Am I missing something?
Do we think we also need to do the other items?
Oh, yes, thank you. There's a lot here. To also include alternative compliance to remove the parking lot landscaping under the solar carports, and to change from 213 market rate units to 239 affordable units and replace the 2 interior 3-story pitched roof buildings with 4-story flat roof buildings. And I believe I have captured everything that this council has indicated they'd like to.
Concur.
I have a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
just if the motion maker wanted to clarify as well, the additional provisions that staff had outlined in their memo.
Yes, that was what my intent with including that at the beginning. Thank you.
And second concurs. There further discussion on the motion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Little Roberts.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Strader.
Aye.
Whitlock.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries. The amendment is agreed to. With that, we're going to go ahead and take 5 to 10, a long 5, quick 10 break. So to the next group, don't go far, but do get up and stretch and take care of anything you need to do real quick. way back from recess. With that, we will continue on with item 4, which is a public hearing for Sky Ranch H 2024-0022. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. So before you tonight is a request for annexation, a rezone and the development agreement modification and a preliminary plat. So the applicant requests annexation of 20.039 acres of land with R15 zoning, rezoning of 24.53 acres of land from R4 to R15, modification of the existing development agreement to create a new one to develop the proposed single-family residential development and preliminary plat consisting of 285 building lots. And that includes one existing home, 28 common lots and 6 common drives on a total of 43.82 acres of land. And the applicant is proposing to develop this within 6 phases. So this is the annexation area. And this is the rezone area. In 2015, the city, at the request and consent of the property owners, annexed approximately 1,322 acres of land with the R4, R8, R15, and CG zoning districts. It was envisioned that some of the subject properties would seek rezoning consistent with the future land use map designations in the future. At the time, no development was proposed with the sub-annexation request, and therefore a vast majority of the property was proposed to be annexed as R4. All of the subject property owners signed a development agreement that was executed upon approval. With each DA is a requirement that any proposed development plan be reviewed and approved as an amendment to the executed development agreement. Upon development/redevelopment, all of these properties in the future adhere to the characteristics of their respective land use designation described above will be required. Again, during the annexation, properties were assigned zoning districts as placeholders until the property owner came in to develop the property. So access to this property is from East Lake Hazel Road. Per ITD, no direct access to the state highway system is approved. Due to the type of and proximity of this development to the state highway, ITD is requesting a traffic impact study for the proposed development. Access is also proposed from the east side of the property via future collector road. So an open space exhibit was submitted that depicts 17.1% or 7.49 acres of open space that meets the required quality and qualified open space standards. Based on the standards of the UDC, a minimum of 9 amenity points are required to be provided. The applicant has provided 30 points worth of amenities. These are the amenities that are being proposed by the applicant. 4 conceptual building elevations were submitted for the proposed subdivision. The applicant states that the homes in the Sky Ranch neighborhood will include 284 homes with mix of different product types, 2-story and single-story detached family homes. Buildings will need to be designed with elevations to create interest through the use of broken planes, windows, fencing, and products. Produce a rhythm of materials and pattern. Design review is not required for single-family detached homes. However, because the rear and or sides of homes facing East Lake Hazel will be highly visible, staff recommends a DA provision requiring those elevations to incorporate articulation through changes in 2 or more of the following modulations: projections, recesses, step backs, pop outs, bay window, bays, band and porches, balconies, material type, or other integrated architectural elements to break up the monotonous wall planes and roof lines that are visible from adjacent public streets. Single-family, single-story homes are exempt from this requirement. Again, under the current development agreement, it states if a rezone application is submitted in the future, the city's comprehensive plan and future land use map destination for the subject property will be considered when determining if rezone is appropriate. So that is what this applicant is going through for the portion where he wants to rezone from the R4 to the R15. So we look at what is there, and that future land use map is identified as mixed use regional. These are the boundaries of the project. So this is a mixed use regional portion of the project, which allows for a maximum of 30% residential. Based on what has been proposed, the applicant is over that limit. Again, mixed use development, for mixed use development to be consistent with the plan, they need to demonstrate that they meet the following elements: functional integration, outward facing design, physical integration and shared features, support local services, design integration, purposeful open space, pedestrian connectivity, limited reliance on arterial road. And as reviewing this, we felt that the current proposal is limited to single-family residential, occupying a majority of the mixed-use designation area with no internal vehicle or pedestrian connection between the areas, which does not align with the intent of the comprehensive plan. By focusing solely on inward-facing single-family home development, the proposal fails to meet the goal of creating a mixed-use environment that would foster a vibrant, self-sustaining community with neighborhoods, supportive uses, employment, and/or retail options nearby. This lack of compliance with the comprehensive plan could raise concerns about whether development will contribute to traffic issues, support a balanced community, or meet long-term growth objectives. Again, these are the things listed that are required. So the applicant indicated that the residential uses that they are proposing will comprise between 10 and 30% of the development area, with the gross densities ranging from 6 to 40 units per acre within the residential portion. The proposed Sky Ranch neighborhood in the mixed-use residential regional area would occupy 11% of the 219 acres, providing a density of 6.5 units per acre, aligning with the plan's vision. So this is how the applicant has justified why they're doing what they're doing. But however, the applicant did not take into account that the comprehensive plan requirement that mixed-use areas bisected by an arterial or highway are considered separate, independent areas for use and design integration, and will be evaluated as such. So the applicant's approach of using their property as a single-use area, again, does not align with the intent of the comprehensive plan for mixed-use development. So to comply with the comprehensive plan, the applicant needs to redesign the proposal and incorporate a mix of housing types, local services, and public amenities within the 24 acres of the mixed-use regional area. This would not only align with the future land use map destination, but also enhance the functionality and integration of development with the surrounding area. So the applicant states that 2 parcels south of the Rosslyn Canal are commercially viable, which are approximately 9 acres and have access to Highway 69 and East Lake Hazel, which will be able to develop as commercial properties. So however, the applicant did show staff, so previously they had not shown us anything that would show how that would work, but they did show us something of how the property to the south would develop as commercial, but they don't own the property. It's just something they showed that said that may work, but they can't say that it would actually work or how it would be developed. Again, this is all about what mixed-use development should be. Contiguous mixed-use, identify the areas, again, that are bisected by, they are looked at independently as they are bisected by a highway, arterial or highway. If the applicant wants to move forward with the application that they submitted, the path forward for them would be to apply for a comprehensive plan map amendment for the 24.53 acres. That application would need to be submitted by December 15th. If they don't meet the December 15th deadline, they could always submit June 15th. We are asking that if any residential units go on the north side of this property, that they are large estates lots, R2 and R4, to meet with the adjacent large county lots. Or they could move forward with the development of an R4 zoning of the 24.53 acres and annexation of the remaining 20.039 acres as R15. Those are some options that they have. As presented, the Planning Commission did deny this application based on the lack of mixed use and compliant with the spirit of the comprehensive plan, limited connectivity, limited interconnectivity, limited transition from adjacent properties, and pedestrian safety concerns. So at this time, they did not change staff recommendation of denial for this application. There was no public testimony other than the applicant's representative. There were no written testimonies on this. So at this time, I'll be more than happy to take any questions that you may have regarding this application.
Thank you, Linda. Council, any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Linda, always appreciate you presenting applications. You do a really great job of summarizing this stuff, so I appreciate that. My only question right now is if this, if the mixed use regional wasn't bisected by an arterial, meaning if you look at the mixed use regional, the land that is, I think, to the south of what's proposed, if a portion of that was this application, would staff still be recommending denial?
Can you say that last part again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm trying to, again, when I look at this area, I don't think we've got anything that's developed in this area. And so when I read about, that because you look at the mixed use regional as separate when you've got an arterial that kind of bisects the region. So I guess I'm trying to understand the basis of your denial. And I guess my question is, if this application existed south of Lake Hazel instead of North Lake Hazel with that larger area of mixed use regional, would staff still be recommending denial?
No. Well, the reason we are recommending denial is because they did not do any mixed use. It is just a single use development. There is no mixed use within this development.
Mr. Mayor, maybe a follow-up, if I may.
Councilman Cavanagh.
So Linda, and I don't think ever with you, but in times before when staff has been before us, they've used the term feathering, where they kind of look at, again, like from a regional standpoint. And I guess for me, I look at this as a regional area. You've got mixed use regional on all four corners. So from my perspective, I look at this whole area as mixed use regional. And so if we've got one use here, okay, couldn't council just only approve other uses in these other mixed use regionals in the future?
Well, so the commission talked about that, and what they stated was that if we allow that, then that means that this development is pushing all of the commercial on other properties instead of doing its share of commercial. So which means that you would force another property to do more commercial because this property has used up more than their portion of the single family that is allowed. So, and because our comp plan basically spells out within the mixed use that if it is bisected by a highway or an arterial, it is looked at independently. And that is how staff reviewed this based on our comp plan requirements.
A follow-up then, I guess to that point, is it based on that then that why you are recommending denial?
We are recommending denial because, again, based on this area, again, the development agreement states if they come in to rezone this, we look at the future land use map, and then we look at what they are requesting to determine whether or not that would be allowed here. They have pathways to get to where they want to go, but that is not what they presented.
Okay.
They have options to move forward if they choose to, but they just have not chosen to do that.
Thanks, Linda. I appreciate it.
Mayor, members of the council, if I can just add a little bit to that. It's not just because the arterial road separates the use, Councilman Kavner. It's many things that Linda touched upon with mixed use, that with the recent policy adoption that you guys did back in March. It's the integration. It's no more than 30% being residential. This is a 36-acre site. You can see this is greater than that with the residential component. So it's a lot of other things that pile on top of it, rather than just saying, if this whole area, if we looked at the whole area, does it work? It's more complicated than that based on the mixed use policies that we have. I understand your context with the waterway bisecting the property. It does make it a unique challenge on this site, and that's what we spoke with the applicant on. Like, we hear you, we understand you, but if we go down all of the improvements we have made to the mixed use standards, and we look at that development agreement that says, if the city entertains a rezone, your rezone has to match up with that underlying land use, and that's where we sit. So it's not necessarily, did we want to recommend denial? Absolutely not. We don't like to come in front of you with denials. It's not easy conversations with the applicant, and I can tell you we've had a lot of them with the applicant on this particular site. And at the end of the day, both staff and Planning and Zoning Commission realized that the applicant really just wants residential on this site, and that's fine, but there's a path to get there and do that. So if that is their intent, then move forward with your plan and let's have this discussion in front of City Council. But from staff's perspective and from the Planning and Zoning Commission's perspective is we're tasked to make sure a project complies with the comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinance. We've made the findings, and that's the findings that you have in the adopted code. We've made the finding that this does not meet the intent of the mixed-use regional standards, and therefore we could not support a portion of this plan because of that element. And so, again, I was happy that, so going back to more of your question is, if this road, if Lake Hazel wasn't here and it did extend farther to the south, they would still have to provide us a concept plan and show us how it integrates with the larger area. So again, just because you want to kind of use that logic and float it, and we understand the comp plan isn't parcel specific. It does feather, as you mentioned. There's flexibility there. It is a guide. But again, we were very mindful when we put together those design elements. Again, nothing's really changed in the code other than the fact that we've tried to make it more understandable, I think was the intent when we changed the mixed use standards. This is the vision. This is what we expect when you come in with this plan use designation. And as you know, you've got the first one in front of you, and you can see it's already been a challenge for one of our applicants.
Mr. Mayor, maybe a couple more
Councilman
questions.
Kavner.
And, certainly Bill, right? Nope. It's always challenging to be the last one in. I think likewise with this, it may be challenging to be the first one in. Approximately how many acres are we looking at in totality in front of us on this image of mixed use regional? On all four corners of Lake Hazel.
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, we don't know the exact number. I think it's 200 plus, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, if I'm hearing things right, certainly from a much larger regional perspective, we've got 36 acres proposed in an area that's about a little over 200 acres of mixed use regional? That's a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
To clarify, in essence, you don't, under our code. In essence, you have 4 separate mixed-use regional areas, which will all have to be considered separately if that's how council chooses to apply the standard. Because you can't take into consideration anything on north, south, east, or west under, so these are 4 separate mixed-use regional areas in theory under our code.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Taylor.
Question for staff. Was that our intent when we made changes? Was that if in the situation where an arterial would bisect it like this, that we wanted to look at the parcels separately and independently? Was that kind of the intent behind it? Or was the intent still to look at the area holistically? Maybe, Bill, I don't know if this would be a good time to give me a very high level reminder of what it had been and what the changes are today and how that's affecting the conversation.
Mayor, members of the council, I wasn't part of a lot of those conversations. I reviewed the document when Long Range has presented to us and provided comments like many of our stakeholders did. But the intent why we were, at least my perspective of why we changed it and made it on a case by case or didn't let the road bisect it is because really when you look at mixed use, it needs to be somewhat self-supporting and inward facing and integrated so that people don't have to go across the arterials to get to services. You want to have some of those components as part of that mixed use area to minimize the trips on those adjacent roadways. I think you saw a good case of, you're seeing that case, the previous development was mixed use regional. And we had issues with connectivity and integration between private streets, public streets. And so that's why we've taken a broader step back and look at this and say, hey, these things are what we need as part of your development so we can see if it functionally integrates. And that's why when Linda and I were working on the staff report in conjunction with Long Range, we were concerned by leaving out that commercial or that piece on the corner. We're basically creating an island of mixed use regional, and we didn't feel that this application did a good enough job of integrating that because we don't want to create that in the future. Because what will happen is if we don't get this functional integration like we want in the plan, then the person that owns that property on the corner is going to come before you, ask for a right in, right out on Lake Hazel Road, and then they're going to go to ITD and ask for another right in, right out onto a major state highway. And the comp plan also identifies Lake Hazel and South Meridian Road as high mobility corridors. And so we want to minimize conflicts to those roadways and accesses. So that's the other component here. It's all of these pieces that come together. It's easy for us to sit here and say, okay, 3 land uses, put some more residential in there. Those are the easy things. It's actually developing the plan and making sure that all of that happens and shows how that all works. That's probably the more difficult part of it.
Mr. Mayor, quick follow-up.
Councilman Taylor.
So a comment, we talked about if we approve this proposal as it is, it would then push more commercial onto the other aspects or the other properties. But if we're looking at this parcel by parcel, can we even do that? I mean, I guess that's at our discretion maybe to approve or not approve, but I'm just trying to think, I hadn't contemplated this before we came in about the nature of trying to look at it holistically, but yet also looking at it very individually and these parcels. So I'm trying to reconcile the idea of a bigger vision plan working together, yet considering them individually. And I don't know if I'm articulating myself well, but
You want to know if there's a plan within a plan or if there's just a plan?
Sure. Sounds right. And can you speak to that? The plan within the plan within the plan?
Yeah. Well, as you know, every property is different. Again, when I look at this intersection, I'm giving you my perspective and the discussion that I had with the applicants throughout the process is when you look at this particular property, you have that major waterway going through it. You have low density to your north, and then you try to have medium density to your east, and then medium high density also to your east. So you're trying to feather or blend all of those things together, and you have very limited connectivity because of those situations. Whereas on the other corners, minus the southwest corner, looks like it will be a little more challenging too, because there's a smaller number of mixed-use regional on that side. But the two areas kind of at the northwest corner and the southeast corner, they have greater land to spread that across and make that work, and probably less obstacles with some of the constraints around them. And it's pretty open land there. So yes, the intent is case by case basis, but not all projects going to be created equal. And I think that's where you as the decision makers, policy makers, can look at the code and see where it works and doesn't work, and give that flexibility. Or staff, again, I appreciate the mayor's comments, but it's not really the law, it's the comp plan, right? It's a guide. I get that. It's not a zoning code. So again, but for discussion purposes, it is basically 4 different projects on each different corner, but those folks are going to have to show how all of that integrates with the bigger mixed use area too, just like we're doing on this piece. And this is new. This is some new standards that we're looking at. And like Linda mentioned, there are options here for the applicant. I don't want the council to think that they can't do anything on their property. They can. It's just at the end of the day, what do they want? And you see what they want. They want single family on medium high density residential and in a portion of the mixed use regional area, which again, in our opinion and the commission's opinion, didn't meet the spirit of the mixed use regional standards.
It may be just from my perspective. I mean, I often have a lot of conversations with people when they come in, they talk about projects, and, my perspective has never been one to, each individual property has to meet all the designations within these arenas. That's been my conversation up to this point. This is the first time, frankly, that has been a maybe challenge, but they all had to work together. The best examples of like around the village, the village really had all the commercial. And so when individual parcels would come in with just residential, then why would you expect them to have commercial as part of that? And so, does that work? And not to talk about, but we also just went through the last application. We saw what happens when you try to incorporate everything into one area with limited accessibility, and whatnot. And we have met with ITD and we've talked about this corridor and what's going to likely occur and how they're trying to incorporate half-mile access points along that road, primarily. And so, this will be a challenge through this area to have integration, or things that work well based upon what ITD hopes to see happen for this corridor in that context. But it's just, I don't know if that's foreshadowing, if that's practicality into the conversation, but I can't wait to hear the applicant's story as to their thoughts on this property. Any additional questions for staff? Okay, then with the applicant like to come forward.
Hi, everybody. I'll be your human cup of coffee for 9:00 p.m. It's been a bit of a long night. Heath Clark, 251 East Front Street in Boise, representing the applicant. And I think there's a couple of themes that I would point to here. And I think the disappointing part of this conversation is just how far down on the list of priorities in this discussion has been the actual practical constraints that this property has, largely related to access. And that access constraint drives a lot of this conversation. And I would also point out, and I'm going to come back to this in a minute, I think that the city has to think really hard about this arterial splitting individual concept when we're talking about mixed use regional, and we're only going to look at an individual corner at a time. The typology is regional on its face, and it's very difficult for us to understand this very narrow, myopic approach that is based on hypotheticals rather than the actual practical situation here. So let me dive in real quick. Of course, this is 43 acres near Lake Hazel and Meridian. It's very important to keep in mind that a portion of the property is already annexed. That's the property we're talking about that has the mixed-use regional designation. This area has been the focus of city development over the past few years. As you all know, it's near Discovery Park, the new fire station number 7. And then you also have the Brighton Apex developments that are on the east and south sides of this project. And I understand that the latest Apex application has been submitted just to our south. With regard to the comprehensive planning, the project does have 2 designations. So we are the medium high density residential on the east. That's the area that's going to be annexed. And then the area on the west is mixed use regional. There are a number of constraints that you can see here. So the property is divided from the rest of the mixed use regional area by the Rawson Canal. Given where the Rawson connects to Meridian Road, any access onto Meridian Road is going to be south of the canal. In other words, not on our property. Another challenge is that we have low density residential on the north, and that means we have to transition to LDR while still providing the density that's required in the mixed use regional areas. So we're pulled in a number of different directions just based on those characteristics. In addition to being planned and close to city resources, the western half of the property is annexed. It has an R4 zone. The development agreement says it can go as R4. I think that's important. We are trying to bring this closer to the city's comprehensive planning by proposing the R15. And per the comprehensive plan, R15 is a permitted zone in the mixed-use regional areas. The area transportation network has been improved. Meridian Road is built out. Lake Hazel has been widened to 5 lanes from Meridian Road all the way to Locust Grove. That just opened. As you know, Lake Hazel is supposed to be the new Shinden. It's widening and intersection improvements are going all the way to Eagle Road, which is why my commute to downtown Boise now takes over a half hour. And talked to the mayor about that the other night. We got a nice 4-mile detour for the next year. But that work's largely complete. Lake Hazel is open from Locust Grove to Meridian Road. I've been running on the 10-foot regional pathways from my house all the way from Eagle to Meridian Road. This is not a situation with limited connectivity. As we'll show you, we have a traffic light that will go from our project down to the south, but we have significant pedestrian and all of the road traffic facilities are in. Our site proposes an R15 zone. The minimum blended density is 6 units per acre. We're just above that at 6.5 dwelling units per acre. All of the open space requirements are met. We have to provide 15%. We're providing 17. That means we're providing an additional acre of qualified open space. That's in addition to the 3/4 acre of non-qualified open space that we don't get to count. Also keep in mind again that Discovery Park is just down the street and we have safe routes to get there. With regard to pedestrian connectivity, it will connect to the larger pedestrian network. The regional pathways are being provided on Meridian Road and Lake Hazel on the new north-south collector on our east side, as well as we have our internal sidewalks. The regional pathway on Lake Hazel, as I mentioned, is already in. We paid for that as part of a cooperative agreement or development agreement with ACHD. In addition, we'll be installing the regional pathways along Meridian Road and on the collector on the east. The project is highly amenitized. A few highlights include the central pool area, dog park, pickleball courts, and that you'll see down in the area, it's kind of down by Lake Hazel. We've tripled the amenity points that are required. Housing mix includes a mix of single and 2-story detached homes. These are some examples. And the next, the question of the project timeline comes up a lot. So we've started explaining that as part of our presentation. So given where we are today, we would, if we're lucky enough to have an approval, we'd be doing final platting and site improvements in 2025 to be ready for our first phase of homes in 2026. The project would develop in 6 phases through 2031, and then you'd have the last few rounds of homes coming online after 2031. So let's get to the meat. Obviously we have a very different take than staff does on all of this. And I want to be clear that it is never staff's job to make my argument for me. I don't believe that. But I do think that staff was lacking in this, in that they did not give you a realistic picture of the access and site constraints, as well as the flexibility that the comprehensive plan gives you when you're looking at a situation like this. There's been treatment of the comprehensive plan like it's a controlling zoning code, and that's not what this is. So from our view, there's two questions that have to be asked. The first is, what does the comprehensive plan actually require for this particular site? And then the other question is, what impact do site constraints have on that evaluation? So let me start with a depiction of what those site constraints include, and then we'll talk about the comp plan in more detail. So on our south, we have the Rawson that separates us from the neighboring property that's on the hard corner. On the north, we have the low-density residential property, and on the west, we have no access to Meridian Road. That means there is no visibility, there is no access that is needed for commercial development or for commercial uses. Now, the comprehensive plan is not a rigid document. It is a policy document. It is not code. It is intended to set the stage for particular requirements that would be incorporated into code. It is the policy document that we start with, and then we interpret that into code, and then we make these specific decisions. That concept of flexibility occurs throughout the comp plan, including in the discussion of the mixed use areas. So for example, the comp plan states that within a large mixed use designation area, some projects may not warrant a mix of uses. The comp plan also tells us and gives us examples of when we should consider that flexibility. So for example, areas that have access limitations may better support reduced intensities. And that's exactly what we have here. So if we look at the site, here's the Rawson Canal. That truck is 22 feet long. That gives you a sense of the scale. The canal is 30 feet wide in places. A bridge span is going to be something like 50 feet. That's what divides our property from the property that has access to the hard corner. The big issue is access. Again, the mixed use area of our project is on the west. That's the area that's already annexed. That's the area that we're having the controversy over. The area on the east is medium density residential. We don't have a controversy with staff over whether that matches the comprehensive plan. That area that's the mixed use regional area will not have access to Meridian Road per ITD. It also won't because of city code, which says that there are no new approaches directly accessing a state highway. If there's any flexibility, that would be at the section line or the half-mile mark. So as you can see, looking at this map, the Rawson goes up further than the half-mile mark. So that access is very likely going to be, it will not be on our property, it will be on the hard corner to on the property to the south. The staff report and the UDC also further restrict access through noise abatement and sound buffer requirements along Meridian Road. The staff report indicates we're going to need a berm and wall combination on the Meridian Road side. Now, I think staff would say, we don't need the buffer if we put commercial over there. But if you think about it, if we have commercial against Meridian Road, but we don't have access on Meridian Road, then we have a commercial pad that we call a Statue of Liberty lot. You can see it, but you don't know how to get to it. And that would be, no one is going to invest in a commercial pad against Meridian Road that they can't easily get to. So what do commercial users need to be viable? They need rooftops and they need visibility and they need access. And given the restrictions here imposed by ITD and the city, we have neither on this property, which is why the comprehensive plan contemplates flexibility, particularly in the case of properties with access limitations. So this is the picture that you have before you. I've labeled it as concept only, and I did that for a good reason, because we don't control the property to the southwest. I was a little disappointed. Staff asked us repeatedly to show them how a commercial project could integrate with our property. And we were hesitant to do so because I don't like drawing on somebody else's property what could potentially happen there, but we did it. We provided it to staff. You haven't seen that. But looking at this with this map in mind, let's talk about what we've provided that does promote the comprehensive plan goals, because I don't think that's been portrayed accurately. We have internal gathering spaces throughout the project. We have pool, play areas, dog parks, other gathering spaces. This is important. We are not sharing amenities as the staff report seems to indicate would be a requirement. We don't know what our neighbor is going to do, but that would be an unconstitutional requirement for us to share our amenities with a neighboring property owner. We have tried to take our neighbor into account, however, with the way that we've oriented our open space. So we don't know what they're going to do, but we do believe it will be commercial. It's the hard corner. We expect that it'll have a right, at least ride in and ride out on Lake Hazel and on Meridian. Brighton already got a ride in, ride out just to the south of that. We have oriented our entry, and we are integrating our open space to allow for that to flow into the neighboring property. There are opportunities for further integration there as our neighbor further identifies their plan. So to suggest that we're not integrating with our neighbor is just incorrect. There is the possibility of additional direct road connections in the future. And that would be the area that was not discussed with staff, where we have reserved an easement for a future bridge connection. This is the area that's shown with the blue square. But let's be really realistic about that. That bridge isn't going to be no joke if given the size of the Rawson, and the need for that connection is pretty limited. So if you look at this from a pedestrian connection perspective, if one is standing at that area where that blue square is, you'd only have to walk a few hundred yards to get down to Lake Hazel Road and around and up. And so if you're looking at a bridge with a 50-foot span and thinking about, okay, what is the bang for the buck for the public in terms of ongoing maintenance, that bridge really doesn't check that box. And that's why ACHD hasn't insisted on the bridge. That's not a requirement under the ACHD report, because they see that there is a cost benefit that goes into the decision to put in any sort of a bridge. I would also add that we have the traffic light at our main entrance and at the collector on the east side. So both are going to give pedestrians an easy and low stress crossing across Lake Hazel if they want to go down and visit the commercial development across the street that Brighton's delivering. Now, again, the latest amendment to the comp plan, and it is the comp plan and not the code that staff is relying on, is asking you to ignore what else is in this mixed use regional area. Again, it is mixed use regional. I don't think it's possible for us to consider this by only looking at an individual corner and then making that determination. But what's going to be developed on both sides of Lake Hazel is hugely significant to these questions. There's CG plan for the areas to our south that will serve our residents. They'll have easy access, as I mentioned, given the 2 traffic lights that are going to cross Lake Hazel. And it's our understanding that the Brighton project on the CG area that you can see has actually been submitted. So to conclude, we are proposing single-family homes in a highly amenitized neighborhood. The area that's being criticized by staff is already annexed and in the city. It has an R4 designation. The remainder of the property to be annexed is in the medium high density residential designation and fits perfectly. So the question for the council is, are we going to be slavishly beholden to these policy statements in the comprehensive plan and ignore the statements in the comprehensive plan that allow us to be more flexible when we have issues like access limitations like you see here? We believe we've straddled the policies by providing for a product that's in high demand, that transitions well to future commercial uses, that we've provided open space that orients to that future commercial user. And again, with our residents, we'll have easy pedestrian access to other commercial users just across that canal. So with that, I think my time's up, so I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Heath. It wasn't in your, I was hoping it was going to show up. Can you talk about the property to the north? I don't know if you have something that depicts.
I do, and I may also come back to this one because I think there was a question, maybe Mr. Mayor, while I'm on the slide, we did take a look at how much mixed use is out there and how much is commercial. And this is a depiction along that Meridian Road, Highway 69 corridor. And between the CUNA and Meridian areas, you've got 850 acres of mixed use and 200 acres of commercial. But let me answer your question about the area to the north. So this is, we did an analysis of all of this. And so you have the project that was there first essentially is the Schaefer View project, and it's 0.7 to 1.7 dwelling units per acre. And then as you can see on this map, you transition out from there either to the Prevail neighborhood at 5.63 by going across Schaefer View Terraces at 1.73. What we would anticipate is that the property that goes just north of us is probably going to be in that same 1.7 range because it's an LDR project. And we're proposing at 6.5. So it's a very similar transition to what the city's already seen for that area. So we think that what we've done there is appropriate.
So are you suggesting that that vacant parcel is going to span the gap between yours and theirs?
In much the same way that the Schaefer View Terraces did.
And so maybe help me understand you don't like to draw on other people's property.
Mm.
How is that property developing with the current configuration of the existing Schaefer View? Are they getting access off of Meridian Road with the right in, right out? Are they just, what's the theoretical concept?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. So my expectation is I don't believe that there's a stub into Schaefer View from that vacant land, if I'm correct about that, Bill. So it's going to be probably a single access, and it's going to go with lots that are going to be in that same probably 1.5 to 2 dwelling units per acre with that kind of a configuration.
But Meridian Road primarily as compared to through your subdivision or the proposed subdivision? Is that what you would anticipate?
Yes, let me pull my map up so we can show that. So we have a stub to the north, so that would help take some of the pressure off of that.
But they will have access to Meridian Road with the right in, right out in theory?
In theory.
Because it hasn't now. I know ITD is not proposing to take away any
Mhm.
existing accesses. They would like to mitigate them if they can, but this is not part of your application, not part of your project. So unless you were the ones that do it, they would have their own access.
In theory, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
can you, I want to talk about your access points, just so I make sure I'm following it. So, first off, on the hard corner, and maybe staff answers this question a little bit. Is that going to be commercial, or could that end up being some residential too? I know you drew a concept on there for us, but it's not your property. So I'm just trying to understand, do we know what's going to be going there? We don't know. It could be a residential in theory if someone wanted to. In theory.
Mayor, council, maybe not. It just like,
we just don't know.
Yeah, again, it's going to be, if it's going to be mixed use regional, and certainly if this goes residential, then we're going to be looking for them to provide some kind of neighborhood serving commercial there so that people don't need to go out onto those two major roadways to have services.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Yes, please.
We have had conversations with that property owner. That property is not priced for residential. It's priced for commercial, and it's the hard corner. So I would be shocked if someone proposed a residential project there.
Mr. Mayor, a quick follow-up. Does the current property owner of that corner, do they own contiguous land on either side of the property, or are they just sort of in a little island of ownership there?
I believe they have all of it.
Do we know?
Oh, okay. My client's informing me that is our seller, and they kept that corner.
Oh, okay. And then, Mr. Mayor, just one more question. I want to make sure I'm kind of tracking the different access points. So really, you just have 2 access points into the entire proposal here, the one on the Lake Hazel. And then what's the road to the east side? Yeah, right. What is that road?
So, Mr. Mayor, sorry, I'm starting to get a little bit of the frog in the throat, Councilmember Taylor. So that is the new collector that's going in there. Brighton is either completed it or it will be completed shortly in terms of the pavement. We will be putting in the mixed use, the regional pathway and the landscaping, but that is either completed or well underway.
Is there going to be a stoplight right there?
Yeah, it's programmed for a stoplight. There's not one going in immediately.
Right. But the other access point is right in, right out of Lake Hazel.
No, this access point here, is this what you're speaking of, Commissioner Taylor? That one is our primary access and that one will have a light.
It will have a light. Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Mr. Clark, thanks for being here. Thanks for sticking with us, frog and throat and all. Staff brings up a really good point, which is, hey, the applicant wants to make a change, just request a comp plan amendment. So help me understand why that's not a feasible request for you and your client.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Cavanagh, and first, I'm missing your chair. That's not the chair we're used to seeing when you're on Zoom. Councilmember Cavanagh, I think the question, the way I would answer that question is that first, we don't think that we are in opposition to the comprehensive plan because we see this as being something that needs to be looked at on a larger scale. And the comprehensive plan specifically states that when you have access limitations, you can look at a reduction of intensities. And so we think that the comprehensive plan already builds in that capability. Beyond that, going to a comprehensive plan amendment, it begs the question to me whether staff would support that, given some of the comments in the staff report with regard to like these kind of preservation ideas. And so we think that we probably end up in the same place regardless. And so we think given the explanation that we've tried to provide to the council about the site-specific constraints that we're dealing with here and the specific flexibility that's identified in the comprehensive plan when you have those access constraints, we don't think that a comprehensive plan amendment is necessary.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, maybe a follow-up question, but from a different angle.
Go ahead, Councilman Cavanagh.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Clark, your phasing plan is interesting to me. I have big concerns about this development's impact, particularly on Mountain View High School, but your phasing plan almost anticipates those types of concerns that council have been pretty vocal about. Tonight, right, you've got a recommendation of denial. Should council get to a place that they are supportive, would you be in favor of kind of locking your phasing plan into development agreement so that council and our community have good assurances about what the impact would be on the schools long term?
Councilmember Cavanagh, if I can have a second to consult with my client and I'll get right back to you.
You don't need to answer that right now. Maybe in your closing remarks is fine. That's a piece that at least interests me a great deal.
Yeah, and I think maybe there's a piece of that I could answer now that maybe we can use to kind of set up that conversation, Councilmember Cavanagh, because we're always concerned about schools. You and I have had this conversation over the past, I don't know, 10 years, however long you've been on the council. I live in this area. My kids went to these same schools with the exception of Mary Mac. My kids went to Victory. And as you know, that the West Ada considers themselves the steward of the taxpayer dollar. So, and we could all sing this together in harmony. Whenever the West Ada looks at this, they do 4 things. They bus students, they look at boundaries, they consider using portables, and then they go ahead and build. We know that West Ada has sites throughout the district, right? And we don't see that as being the issue, but we do, and we don't have a specific statement from West Ada about this, but what we do have is some data that I did want to share with the council with regard to these points. So in the case of the middle schools, there is capacity at most of the middle schools in the district. In fact, only Victory and Star have seen increasing enrollments lately. We've talked about this at some of my other hearings I've done with you in the past. All of the other middle schools in the district have seen dropping enrollments. And then with regard to the high schools, we are on the edge of Mountain View's attendance zone. Meridian High has capacity and is almost the same distance from this project. So the district has a liberal open enrollment policy. So we think that's part of the solution. But this is kind of the interesting part. Enrollment in West Ada has been dropping across the district at every level since about 2015. And if you look at student counts by grade, we think that's likely to continue given that there are 1,000 fewer first graders in the system than high schoolers. So while there may be some capacity issues now, we also understand that the district, which doesn't want to go and build a school and then not have it fully utilized, might not be running out to build new buildings right now when they might not have the students to fill them in a few years. So that's part of my response to you, Councilmember Kavner. With regard to that phasing plan, I think maybe my response would be, and I'll clarify this on rebuttal, and my clients can take my foot out of my mouth, but I don't see that phasing plan there really being any possibility of going faster than that, because that's really just based on the final platting process. So coming along in that amount of time, I just think that's a practical reality. So
Mr. Mayor, if I could just maybe respond, just so that Mr. Clark and his clients are prepared. I think that's a critical piece for what it's worth, Heath. Mountain View's, I think, almost 20% over capacity right now. So I agree with you that the district is trending down, and we'll continue to see that long term. But even a school that's 20% over capacity, you're going to be a number of years before that school is even just at capacity. So I would, especially if you feel like, hey, we're not going to be moving that quickly on this project, some level of assurance, I think, to the schools, to our community that hey, we're not going to unintendedly put more students in the school than it can handle is something, again, I'll just be upfront, it's going to be really important to me.
thank you. I will chat that over and we'll respond on that on rebuttal.
Thanks.
Council, additional questions for the applicant? Okay. Thank you very much, Chief.
So I have it later. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, first is Sean Lanahan.
You do need to state your name and address for the record, please.
Sorry, what?
If you can state your name and address for the record, be recognized for 3 minutes.
My name is Sean Lanahan. I'm the owner of the home at 6190 South Terrega Lane. And I'm here to talk about Terrega Lane. And that's a name you probably haven't heard in a lot of this discussion. And that's why I'm here, to bring up what Terrega Lane is and how this project is likely to impact it. So if you can bring up, I don't know, can you do a fair job of pointing out where Terrega Lane is and the properties that are there? I don't have a slide, sorry. Perfect. So you can see coming off of Lake Hazel, we currently have a paved road that goes over to the properties in the yellow area, just north of the orange area. Can you see all that? So that rectangle of property there currently has 7 residents, 6 other than myself. And those residents, I know one of them, the Whites, they've been there, living there for over 30 years in low density or R1 or less density in that area. All those residents are R1 or less dense. And we've enjoyed a very peaceful, quiet existence in the country. And it is now going to be disrupted, and in a few ways. One way is with this project. I just recently purchased my property a little over a year ago. And when we we're looking at that property. Me and my real estate agent were looking at the densities that were planned for around the Terrager Lane properties. And we were looking at R2, R4. And I'm like, okay, that's reasonable. Progress happens and we need to accommodate that. And I think feathering was a term that was brought up, and that makes sense. You need to have some reasonable transition between high density and lower densities. Well, this proposal that's been brought forward as it's drawn, doesn't really accommodate that. The new proposal, the properties there that are adjoining our properties are at R8 or better, R15. So you can imagine, here we are, we have our properties that are, 1 acre or better. We got nice views and easy, quiet lifestyle there. And now we're going to have a lot of neighbors very quickly and the impact of that. Plus, our road is going away, which was easy access to Lake Hazel. Now we're looking at, based upon their proposal, having to drive through about 32 residences before we can get to our lane to access our homes. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? You're good. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Brian White.
Okay.
My name is Brian White. I live at 6180 South Targa Lane, Sean's neighbor. Just addressing the points on this, on 4B, I would recommend that we not approve a rezoning change from R4 to R15. I do have a question. Does mixed-use regional include apartments or multifamily dwellings? I appreciate Congress' proposal for single-family dwellings. When I thought that mixed-use regional could include some commercial, I felt okay with that. But if it includes multifamily dwellings, I would be opposed to that. As if you'd pull up their proposal right now, there's 285 homes in there that have 2 accesses. These are single dwelling homes, most likely are going to have 2 cars, so upwards of 600 cars that are going to have an access off of Lake Hazel and an access off of Sublimity, which is that arterial road that Brighton has built. We'll have to go, Targa Lane, as Sean explained, currently accesses Lake Hazel. Since Conger owns both sides of that, they're going to eliminate that and allow us access through their development. So we'll either have to come off of Lake Hazel and drive through the 32 homes that Sean referenced, or we'll come off of Sublimity and go through a bunch of homes to get to our lane. That's a concern. For the last 15 months, we didn't have access to Lake Hazel because they were expanding Lake Hazel. So they built a temporary access road, Brighton did, that came through Brighton off of Locust Grove. Well, they did their first phase and we had to drive through their first phase, which in addition to causing a lot of flat tires because of all the construction nails, when residents started moving in there and they parked on both sides of that road, getting through, going down Phenomenal to get to the temporary access road that came to our place. If cars were parked on both sides of the roads, 2 cars barely fit through there. So I'm concerned that when this development happens, that the density is such and the roads are narrow enough that we're going to have to drive through these subdivisions that are going to be really narrow and hard to access. We've just experienced that with what Brighton's done. Probably my final point is along my property and Sean's property. I own on 2 sides of Sean. We have 9 acres. It's in 2 parcels, a 5 acre on the north and a 4 acre that our home is on, and then Sean's in the middle. Along that, what's essentially a 10 square acre, that border where we've just had a field, If I counted right, there's 17 home sites. It's hard to count because there's so many of them on that short thing. There's 17 home sites that will back up to our fence. And I appreciate Conger informing us. Laren told us that they would all be single level homes, which is appreciated. But 17 is a lot of homes. We have essentially 3 home sites across 3 acres or across that 10-acre square. So along that border, there's 3 home sites. There's not a home on one of them. But those 3 home sites will back up to 17 home sites. That seems not very much like a good, smooth transition. Seems pretty intense. I think that's the main points I wanted. I'd stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council questions. Councilwoman Schrader.
I was just curious, what does a reasonable transition look like in your opinion?
R2 to Councilman Strader, Mayor Simpson, I'd propose 2 to 4 homes per acre.
That's interesting. Thank you.
I would add, I know that the comprehensive plan, as they've stated in their thing, calls for R15, which is also my 9 acres. They want R15. Or what? R6 to 8. We're making plans to develop 5 of our acres into 4 1-acre lots, which is another issue.
Council, any additional questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Mr. Mayor, Karsten White.
How you doing? Karsten White, 6162 South Targa Lane. We took a glance of their initial plan years ago and it had apartments. And so when I saw this one, I was very happy to see that it was single family residential homes. As I listened today, originally I was thinking, oh, that mixed use would be good, but I do realize that probably would come with townhomes or apartments or something in that order. So I'm not opposed to the single family residential homes being on there. And it makes a ton of sense the way they explained it regarding how the canal kind of cuts them off and the access points on there. But a couple of pointers and things that I want to point out. If you can bring up the development that has all the houses listed with the Rawson lateral canal there. I do think that access road that comes onto Lake Hazel where they said the light's going to be, if they move that over a little bit, maybe that other property, the Willemans there, they would be able to access that too. And that commercial property could, dump onto Lake Hazel at the same location rather than having to have another location go on to Lake Hazel. That was a thought. And I also have concerns regarding accessing Targa Lane through that neighborhood. It's going to be quite different than going a straight shot to there, what we have right now. I'm also nervous about, how much traffic that's going to put onto Lake Hazel, which is a private road. People trying to go through as we eventually develop and those roads will connect farther up. So I would like something there that would deter people from driving on it. And frankly, that road can barely stand the traffic it has on it now with the asphalt shape it's in, let alone additional traffic on it. So I would request that there's something there that deters people from going on to Targa Lane and also decrease the density along that backside because, every one of those houses are, yes, eventually maybe they'll be developed into the city, but the majority of them have been remodeled or a brand new place where the Burks are in the back. They built like a $1 million home back there I doubt someone's going to tear down. So, there's a good chance that's going to stay pretty, low density for a long time. And I would just like you guys to consider that in your decision, as well as just not decreasing the density on the north side of that property where it's supposed to be R1, the low density. I'd like them to keep that. And, keep it residential, but let's decrease the homes a little bit. I mean, the traffic's already, like we've talked about, Brighton's put in row houses on the other side. This is going to exacerbate the problems. And they talked about access being an issue. Well, why is there so many houses piled in there if access is going to be an issue and there's going to be all those people trying to get through the same access points, including all of us Targa residents that have to use the same road? And one last point I'd like to say is that Sublimity right now, the road to the east side of the property, that has a median on it. So people can't even turn left on that Sublimity road from that access point. They actually have to go down to Lake Hazel from there. So that's another thing to keep in mind. That is going to increase that traffic as well. So.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Okay. Is there anybody else would like to provide testimony on this item in the audience or online? Seeing no one coming forward, would the applicant like to come forward and close?
Okay, Heath Clark, 251 East Front Street in Boise, representing the applicant. Okay, so I'll try to hit those issues, and if I can have like a site plan up, that would be helpful. And maybe I'll just start by, I think it is important to note that we did start this saga by proposing apartments on that property. Listen to the input of the neighbors. Neighbors didn't want apartments. They were going to fight it. And so we proposed something different. We also did agree to put a single story only against the White's property, which was also, I think, an important concession. So all of that becomes a little bit disappointing, but I will try to respond to some of these questions and points. So with regard to the relocation of the access points, that's not something that we control. Those items were essentially set in stone when Brighton went ahead of us. The collector, north-south collector on the east side is already in. That's going to be there to match up. And then our main entrance matches up with the future entrance on the south. So that we would have loved to have a little bit more flexibility in terms of where that was going to be, but that was not in the cards. As you know, we have to align with the other streets. With regard to Terrega Lane, the Terrega Lane is a private drive. It's all on the property that's being acquired. Under Idaho Code 55-313, we have the ability to relocate an access that's less than a public street. We are going to provide a public street access that'll be maintained at public expense. Our phasing plan is such that the connection on the east side will be in, and the ability to connect to the northern portion of Terrega Lane, essentially, right, if you can see my cursor right here, that connection will be made before we move to phase 2, which is where the rest of Terrega Lane would be cut off. So no one's going to lose access, and we obviously can't cut folks off. I would note, though, that there are one right here, if you can see my cursor, 1, 2, and then we have the collector over here. And you did hear the Whites say that they are proposing development of their property. That is comp plan for medium high density residential, but we are setting this up such that they would facilitate the development of their property. They're not going to be cut off, but the density in terms of the city's planning calls for significantly more than what I think is being spoken to here. And then I think the last thing that I would mention is to get back to Councilmember Kavner on the phasing plan. Spoke with my client, and we are willing to do a phasing plan that reflects the depiction that I provided to you with the slides. I think what we would propose is essentially to allow for a little bit of market variance. 40 homes per year is what we had shown there. So if you'd allow us to go plus or minus 10, but have the same end date. So in one year, it might go a little bit higher, another year it might go a little bit lower, but we're still talking about that same phasing plan. That's something that we would be happy to include as a condition of approval. And then I think just to wrap up, I would just reiterate that the comprehensive plan doesn't require you to ram a square peg into a round hole, but that's what the staff report's asking you to do. There is flexibility in the comprehensive plan, specifically when there's access limitations. You know, we think we've got a highly amenitized project that provides the rooftops that are needed for the commercial to come in that area. You've got Apex Zenith that's been applied for. We think this is actually playing out how the city planned, and that our project plays a role in providing for that kind of well-rounded mix of uses in this mixed-use regional area. And so with that, I'm happy to answer if there's any other follow-up questions.
Thank you, Heath. I'm gonna go to Bill first, because I don't know if I thought I've heard in the past concerns from our community development department about limiting number of permits that can be, how best would you anticipate being able to track the request that's being asked? Is it a phasing plan per year as compared to, that's just, I'm just trying to remember what I thought I've heard in the past, that we don't like to track numbers.
Mayor, members of the council, yes, it gets difficult when you say no more than 100 homes. We don't want to track building permits. But phasing is a little easier because then it's pretty clear if there are conditions of approval and there's a phasing plan and we say thou shalt comply with your phasing plan, they need to comply with that. And then we don't let them go past go unless they come back and amend the agreement. So it's better than saying no more than X amount of homes. Phasing is more manageable from my perspective. But the other piece of Keith and I always have these philosophical debates, and I really appreciate it because it makes you think sometimes, but I don't want the council to think that the comp plan's too rigid now and that staff doesn't support a comprehensive plan on this site. If it doesn't work, just because we have a color on the map doesn't mean we got it right, but it doesn't mean we need to change the map either. Sometimes things just need to wait. But to that point, when we were in front of Planning and Zoning Commission, again, as I mentioned earlier, my remarks to the council is the comp plan is fluid. It does give you flexibility. Right now, we have mixed use regional that's running this way. It could shift this way. You could float it many different ways. You can float the residential over the mixed use regional and make it smaller. There's ways to work with that constraint. The only constraint with this site right now is the canal and the access point that was dictated by ACHD. Everything else is vacant ground that we can work around. But that was the concern that we were having in discussions with the applicant. They're great to work with, but sometimes their vision doesn't align with the vision of the comp plan. And so that's where it gets a little more difficult on how to interpret those policies. And that's why we're always in front of you having these debates and giving you our perspective on how we look at things versus how the developer looks at things. And I think you can see it's a fairly decent conversation. It's a good conversation to have because we all learn from it. But at the same time, when Linda and I are looking at a plan like this, it appears to us that all we're doing is ramming the commercial in the corner and forget about everything else. And I can tell you my experience of working with the city, that hasn't worked out in the long run for us because we always kick the can down the road and then all of a sudden we're left with something that may not be developable, or we have to make exceptions to the code or grant additional waivers in order to make something work. And so that's why when we met with the applicant and we were trying to get them to integrate it, our intention was to maybe frame some office around the entry into the development and shift that road deeper into the site and blend it or feather it a little bit more and help get the integration. No one was asking them to completely modify the plan. Just look at it from a different vantage point and see if there could be more employment or office integrated into this, because we agree there are constraints here. There's no doubt about it. Just how do we minimize, use the constraints to the advantage of the property, not just round hole, square peg in a round hole. That's what we don't want to, we don't like to do that either. So just just food for thought for you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
question on, if you were to agree to a phasing plan with some accommodation, my question probably would be, and maybe this is for staff or mayor, maybe even for you, is the burden of knowing how many, is that fall on the applicant to then self-report to the city, or is the city going to have to be tracking that? I just like to know, because I'm not inclined to be supportive of the idea of being prescriptive on that, though I think it's, I'm open to acknowledging the concerns other council members have about that, especially Mountain View is, the most challenging school we have in the West Data. So where does that burden fall? That might be staff and city.
Mayor, council, it's going to fall on us. So essentially what would happen is historically or typically what we do is, and I hope Linda stays with us for a long time, but usually when it starts with that planner runs the project to the end, and they're the most familiar with the conditions of approval. But when that happens, then you look at me and I try to remember everything, and I do a fairly decent job at that. But essentially, we do have layers that we build on top in our GIS, and we're able to track those development agreements and ordinances. So certainly, if there is a provision in a DA, we can certainly either tag the property and make note of that or again, if the planner is here and they understand they've already approved 2 phases and they can't get a 3rd phase until X, Y, and Z, then we're not going to accept the application, and then you're going to get phone calls. So I just want you to be aware of that or we're coming in front of you amending the DA. I mean, that's how it usually works. But yeah, it usually falls on the city to track those things and staff.
No, and I don't like the suggestion that we would be calling to ask somebody to overrule staff on a condition that we agreed to. And so I just want to say that for the record, we would not put you in that position. And my comments would be similar to Bill's, that, if that's a development agreement requirement, that's actually fairly easy to track because you're going to have to check that when you do the compliance review. So
Easier said than done, as by experience.
understood.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, I just maybe as good a time as any to provide some feedback here. I don't believe this meets the mixed use regional standards. I don't believe this meets our future land use map designation. I don't think it follows a comprehensive plan. I'll agree to disagree with you on that. I think you have made a compelling case why a comprehensive land use, a comp plan amendment might be in order based on the realities of the way that this site is laid out. What I like about the potential of you taking that approach, should you choose to, is then that's a very open process to the whole community. The whole community has provided input on the comprehensive plan. We allow those changes twice per year. And I think what would be coming forward would be a change in designation for your properties, but also change in designation potentially to commercial for this hard corner, because that's the reality of what we would expect to see there at that point. That type of an approach would allow that property owner to provide feedback on that, right? Because they may have owned it forever and they think it's supposed to be mixed use, and they may have a huge issue with that change. So I like the idea of doing a comp plan amendment much more than this kind of an approach. I appreciate you. I think this is probably one way for you to bring this conversation forward, so you could have a real conversation with us kind of about the different approaches you could take. I would strongly urge you to take that approach as opposed to trying to put this through as is. It just doesn't meet the comprehensive plan. And I think that holding strong to the comprehensive plan is really important for a number of reasons. Consistency. I think the whole community provided input on it. It provides good expectations for people in terms of standards, outcomes, what we look at, what's important to us. And again, if you go through a comp plan amendment, that's a transparent process for the whole community where they have that opportunity to weigh in. I would not be supportive of this. Obviously staff wasn't supportive, planning and zoning wasn't, but I wouldn't be supportive of this tonight. I do think a comp plan amendment is a good approach. Other feedback for you would be, clearly you need to take a look at your transition to the existing properties to the north. I'm not as concerned. I agree with you. If the land just to the south of the Schaefer View subdivision is vacant, there may be an opportunity for further transition there, okay? But depending on what we hear from those folks, I do think transition to the north is important, but I think transition to these county properties that just came up to testify is important too. Appreciate the single family. I just think compared to what we've seen in the past that's been successful with these transitions, like working a little closer with that gentleman on what his plans are for development, I think you could probably get to the right answer where you're kind of meeting in the middle there. It does feel very dense in terms of transition there to me. So anyway, that's just some feedback for you. I couldn't support this tonight, but I do think a comp plan amendment would be the right approach. And I think it would be justifiable. And obviously we have to consider that on the merits of what you bring forward, but I think it would be justifiable to consider just based on, the canal, how wide it is, the viability of a bridge sounds like a pretty tough order for somebody. So those are the kinds of things I think we'd want to hear about again, but that makes more sense to me going through that process. I don't think jamming this through in this approach is a right approach. I think a comp plan amendment is a much better.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, just a couple of thoughts on that. And, one thing that's a little bit of a challenge that, and I've said this to both bills, is that, unfortunately, I think in Meridian, we make the comprehensive plan do a lot more work than it should be forced to do. In a lot of jurisdictions, you would just see, hey, in this type of land use, you have these zones, and then you go check the zones, and a lot of these issues that we're talking about get handled on the zoning code level. I think what we're talking about here in terms of going parcel by parcel and saying this parcel, maybe it doesn't work just on this one, and so we should do a comprehensive plan map amendment just on this one, and then go to the next parcel and make a comprehensive plan map amendment on just that one as well, is going down to this kind of granular level that the comprehensive plan isn't really intended to operate upon. The comprehensive plan is supposed to be a larger policy document. That's why I have concern about this. We can't look at mixed use regional across arterials and collectors point, because that goes contrary to the concept of a comprehensive plan. You're supposed to be looking at the way that things interact overall in a larger sense. And so if we're going to treat this as a policy document, we should treat it as a policy document, not treat it as zoning code and say each and every individual parcel has to do X, Y, Z and the other, and not pay attention to the fact that that's just not the nature of a comp plan. And so, I don't think a comprehensive plan amendment is necessary because of the policies that I've mentioned, the policies that say if you have an access limitation, you can look at it a little bit differently. I think that is enough for this council to look at and consider itself as having respected the comprehensive plan. So
Mr. Mayor.
that's my 2 cents.
Councilman Schrader.
Respectfully, I will not vote in favor of this tonight, just to be super clear. And it's getting too late hours, so I may be getting a little more cranky than usual. But the comprehensive plan is the guiding document that we have been using on all of our future land use decisions. And it is the most important document to me because it is the document that the whole community has weighed in on. The process that we went through to adopt it was extremely rigorous. I didn't even love the plan. When I joined city council, I wrote a letter about parts of the comprehensive plan I strongly disagreed with, but I respect the plan because of the process that we had to go through to adopt it. And so that's why I'm strongly encouraging you to take more of that approach. I don't think that this will be as productive. And it could be, there are these cases where maybe we're being way too granular, trying to look parcel by parcel. The truth might be that this isn't the right time for this annexation into the city. I mean, that might be where we end up, right? Because sometimes it takes time, and maybe another developer will come along that has control of the hard corner and they can do something that's a little bit more comprehensive. I mean, we have to have the discipline to take our time. I'd like to see a lot of mixed use regional in this area, but I understand the site constraints. It makes me feel like I would be more flexible about comp plan amendment here. That's the extent of my feedback. So I think I've been very clear. You know where I'm at. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor.
And Councilmember Schrader, I was not trying to be offensive in making that comment. That was more of a policy discussion.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I'm not in the least bit offended. Okay.
And then I guess I would also point out that the area that we're talking about, we want to keep emphasizing this, is annexed. So the mixed-use regional area is annexed. The only annexation is the medium high-density regional area to the east.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yes, that may be true. However, you don't have a mixed use regional plan in front of us. This is not a mixed use. I mean, just like, it's just not. This is a single use. It's clear as day. I mean, I just have to support staff right now in the sense that their staff report is crystal clear, and I think it was well reasoned, and I don't disagree with it at all. You're expecting a level of flexibility out of the comprehensive plan that I don't think it actually provides. It's got to be taken holistically. This is what we wanted to see as a city. We wanted to see mixed use regional. That is not what you're coming forward with. I think a comp plan amendment is the way to go. That's what I would do if I were in your shoes. Thank you.
Councilman Overton.
So I'm going to take a little different tact. When I first looked at mixed use regional and the fact that this could have high density attached to it, and we're concerned about 6.5 homes an acre being backed up to these county lots, when we could truly have much higher densities backed up to those county lots. Anytime I see a project that comes in with lower densities these days, I'm pretty happy, because I don't think it's enough. We don't see a lot of those. We see a lot more of the higher densities, the multifamilies. So when I see this, I like it. When I hear that we talk about our comprehensive plan as a set of guidelines, I can't help but sit here and believe that we're just creating another step in the process by forcing an applicant to come back with a comprehensive plan map amendment if this is something that council likes. If we don't like it, we don't like it. I like it. I like it for the area. I think it's got its challenges, but it's got its challenges because of terrain. It's got its challenges because of a big canal. But I like the way it's done. I like the roadway system it's going to have out to the east. The connection's going to have to Lake Hazel. And I think I'd like to at least look at the idea of not having to make an applicant go through the process of getting a comp plan amendment if it's something that a majority of council likes this evening. I think it's going to be the best thing for the neighbors that are in the county parcel. I think they'd all agree, and I think I saw the head shake, that you'd rather have these type of single family houses backing up to your property instead of something that fits the mixed use regional that brought in multifamily housing backing up to it. That's my thought.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
Yeah, I just want to share some, my personal experience being a member of the comprehensive plan committee that considered all this. I think there's, I sat through hours and hours along with you and a few others, really interesting conversations about what we wanted the city to look like going forward. And a few big takeaways for me through that whole process was it was really challenging to not go down the rabbit hole of what certain intersections we wanted them to look like or certain areas, how we wanted them to develop. There were too many sort of parcel by parcel segments to kind of consider. Do we want, commercial here? Do we want high density residential? Where do we want our medium residential? And so it was a really interesting exercise, and it was really challenging from my perspective to look at how do you actually plan out the next couple of decades of how we want to develop. So in considering that, I distinctly remember lots of conversations about, we might not be right in what we actually think we want here. Because we were having conversations about the previous comprehensive plan, and there were these little, forget the word, but these little like mid-mile neighborhood nodules that we thought were a really good idea. And guess what? They were not. They did not work out. There's some awkward developments, I think on Locust Grove, if I'm remembering right, there between Ustick and McMillan. There's a kind of a funny little, but we thought that would be a really, really good idea. And so we didn't want to be beholden to what we thought were great ideas today. And so I remember distinctly discussing the need to have some flexibility in how we would do this, because we weren't imposing certain zoning requirements specifically. We knew we needed to develop or have some flexibility in the comprehensive plan. Now, and I do agree, it is a policy document, is to guide our decision-making, but Councilwoman Strader's point, it's very, very well taken. This is the plan we give all of you, so you know what to expect from us. But I think it's okay to challenge some of our assumptions in a policy document that as policymakers, it's completely within our purview to consider the facts and make any modifications and changes. So when I was reviewing the staff report and the application, I had the same thoughts that Councilwoman Strader did. Like, why is it just single use? I need to understand why. I need to understand why that is. I think the topography of the area, I think that's a fairly persuasive argument to me. I just think the access is really awkward to do much more with it. Like, it's not great access points to that, especially being along the highway. If I owned that hard corner for commercial, I'd be pretty happy about that. I think that's some prime real estate for some really good commercial development. So I have a high level of confidence that that will probably develop nicely. And if it is the case that the property owner held on to that, I can see if there's a financial reason why you would do that. So again, I kind of came in here tonight with questions. My initial instinct was, why not just ask for a comprehensive plan amendment too? That was my kind of instinct, but I do distinctly remember the conversations being on that committee, contemplating that we can't get it all figured out right now, and we need to have some flexibility kind of built into this. So even though I like following it because that provides some certainty, I don't like to deviate it a lot, but it was never intended, in my opinion, that the comprehensive plan would be a strict one-for-one transfer of future land use map. Therefore, this is what the zoning requirements will be. That was never really my takeaway from that experience. So again, I came in kind of questioning where we were. I feel pretty comfortable with the idea of it. And I think the transitions work for me, to be honest. I think they could be worse. I think you could put, 300 multifamily units on this lot and get away with it because our plan would allow for that. So I think I came in tonight thinking I'm not sure what I'll do, but I think the arguments, make some sense. And again, my own personal lived experience on that process kind of informs where I'm coming down on that. So.
Well, if I could piggyback on that, again, I was more of an observer than a participant in a lot of ways of the comp plan process. But, to really, in my mind, to go away from, to look at parcel by parcel requirements, we've got to change the southwest corner of this. You can't do mixed use on the other corner. You can't. I mean, each of those individual properties will never develop in a mixed use fashion unless they're owned by one person. Even then, I don't think you can pull that off. So we already have it wrong if we're going to apply a parcel by parcel requirement into the plan. We also know what's coming to the south. And that's kind of what when I look at this concept is like it's going to be a regional area. We have two very large parcels which are owned by single landowners on the northwest and the southeast that definitely can provide, even if you look at it like someday maybe Lake Hazel never allows you to really go across easily. But those are can be your regional anchors to this mixed use regional area where these other two corners maybe can't or maybe shouldn't. I can't really get the concept of how far these areas are. Like, are we really going to have a right in, right out on Meridian Road for a commercial right there? I mean, I look up and down Meridian Road right now and I see all the problems that have existed with right in, right outs on commercial on Meridian Road, just between Victory and Meridian Road and Overland. I mean, there's like three that are problematic on that stretch of road where we've tried to tuck commercial into the edge of something. So in a lot of ways, I'm not sure the commercial is the right component for that area. I don't know what might be, But stuff that needs to feel like good in and out access, I guess you could put one Dutch Bros in there and just have it wrap around and everyone would be happy because there wouldn't be any problems in that context. But I think that's kind of, when I'm hearing these at least from my perspective, I don't look at these issues as one parcel. To me, you gotta look at the full picture, and I see the full picture. I've seen the challenges of other developments up in Northwest Meridian where you're trying to integrate single family, multifamily, large box, commercial, drive-throughs, and you're trying to make everything happy to fit a plan when in some ways, I think we create our own problems by trying to do things. I mean, I'm sorry, Meridian Road is not going to be a walkable destination location. Lake Hazel is not going to be a walkable destination. Each of these have to, or the plan, be looked at individually for their true value and what's truly going to happen. If you look at this entire square mile about how it's developed, and you're not connecting to Schaefer View Heights. You're limited. You're not creating connectivity through this area in the same way, in my opinion. So that's a lot of words. And from my standpoint to say, ultimately, I would like to see some transition a little bit more so work. But I think the conversation the neighbors had, if they're planning on developing their property, I think they too need to understand what the comp plan is saying is maybe what they're trying to do is not going to be well received by this council if we have to go to those standards compared to other standards or what they think they want to do for transition. And the transition from between, we had this conversation about the project that was denied a couple of weeks ago, transition that exists between what the city puts in their comp plan versus existing neighbors is often in misalignment. And what, so are we building this city around people who maybe don't want it to be around them, or are we building it to what our comp plan says we expect people to build it to? Those are, in my opinion, two very different things that I think council at some point in time may want to walk down that road of having that conversation is, what wins in terms in the land development area, if there's a winner and a loser, but do you have the developer plan to what we want, or do you have the developer plan to the transition to a rural designation, which is not the long-term plan vision for the city. So I'll leave it at that for now. And I don't even get a vote unless we get to that point in time. So thank you for allowing me to get on my soapbox for a minute.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Whitlock.
Mr. Clark, a couple of questions. Thank you first for clarifying that under mixed use, if you were to put commercial there, there's no way to get there. I mean, essentially, people would see whatever commercial buildings are there, and they'd have to come through a residential area and wind their way back to get to the commercial site. So I appreciated you driving that point home, that it's probably a square peg in a round hole to try to force commercial into this access limited piece of property. Question though, on Meridian Road, if you were to get approval for this, are we looking at berms and other things that would help with first the neighborhood? And then I'm kind of where you've heard other comments on the transition, both to the north and to the east. Is there a way that we can do some better transitioning to get to, if there are 1 acre lots to the east and we don't know what's going to be to the north, but can you take that into consideration?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Whitlock. So yeah, with regard to your first question on the noise abatement, staff's actually already provided for that, and there's UDC language that requires for berms and fencing. And I think that if I'm remembering right, that provision's specific to state highways. Am I right about that, Bill? Yeah. And then with regard to transitioning, yeah, with regard to transitioning, I think I would. The mayor gave kind of the philosophical case of, there's two different ways to look at that. It's, the county lot that you transition to, or do you transition to what the city has planned for that area? And all of that area is medium, high density residential. And so, you know, I think that the more appropriate thing to do would be to stick to the densities, and we're already on the low end of that at 6.5 when the baseline is 6. So, you know, we're obviously, you know, willing to take the council's direction, but I think our preference would be to keep the transitions as they are on the map.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
we may be done with questions and public testimony at this point. So unless there's any more questions, I think I'd make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Have a motion second to close the public hearing. Is there discussion? If not, in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Let's have it. The public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
I kind of articulated my thinking on the project. Just to reiterate a couple of important points. Number one, I do think, while I appreciate the staff doing exactly what we've asked them to do in terms of their opinion and applying what is written, I do think that we, as a policy document, there is flexibility in there for the policymaking body to make some interpretations on it. I think the case was made successfully that the physical characteristics of the property make it awkward to develop it in a way where you're putting some commercial on the other side of that canal. So I think I'm persuaded by kind of the single use of it, because I do look at the mixed use regional as, again, I'm looking at it more holistically. And that's why I was asking the questions at the beginning. Are we really contemplating individual lots split up by Meridian and Lake Hazel? Are we going to each 4 corners? Are they going to be considered respectively individually? And I don't think that's really is our intent. So I won't make a motion yet unless there's others who want to, you know, continue to deliberate and share their opinions. But at the appropriate time, I'll make a motion for approval.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Kavner.
just I think a good reminder for our council, we've got a recommendation of denial. So I think an approval tonight, I could support either, even though I think I'm supportive of the project. So I just would encourage, as we continue to deliberate, if the council is in favor of approval, it is to maybe to continue this for a couple of weeks to allow staff to draft conditions of approval for us to review and vote on at a later point in time.
Mr. Mayor,
That's one of Little Roberts.
I came in tonight kind of not quite sure about this project because it wasn't mixed use, but learning more and more about the property and the constraints and things it provides, that's being a generous word there, but I would definitely support the property. I think there's no way to have commercial that makes sense with putting it where it should be near Meridian Road with no access. I think it fits. And so I would either support or agree with our president that to provide a continuance.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Taylor.
I won't be supporting a continuance, and I won't be supporting the idea of any conditions of approval. I don't think it's necessary. So I'm open if anyone wants to make a motion for that. I won't be supporting that because I think it is what it is. I think the argument has been made successfully that the project stands on its own merits. I'm not sure what a continuance or conditions of approval to add on to that would add to that. It feels to me like those conversations have already taken place. So,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Kavner.
not to challenge my good colleague, but I don't think that we've got conditions of approval that we could support. So I guess I'm happy if Councilmember Taylor wants to make a motion, I'm happy to hear it, but I'm not quite sure what conditions we would have to be able to support an approval. We've got a staff recommendation of denial and a planning and zoning commission recommendation of denial.
Mayor?
To ask Bill.
Yeah. Sure, that's kind of the question. What would the conditions of approval be, either Councilman Cavanagh or what we're asking for?
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, President Kavner is correct. We don't have anything for you to approve tonight. So we have to work with the applicant and bring back a development agreement because we're modifying a DA to create a new DA subject to that phasing, requirements of the plat to run sewer, water, easements, handle access for that lane, provide a transition if that's what you want to see. So those are things we have to capture as part of an approval for you guys to take under consideration. So that's, staff would highly recommend continuing this and for a couple of weeks to get those in place for you to take.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, thank you for clarifying. This is why we're having a training on on this stuff in a few weeks on process for the rookies. It is 10:30. I'll just note for the record, get a little salty at night. So just so I'm clear on the process, we would have a continuance to a date here very soon to allow the applicant to work with city staff to come up with the conditions of approval, because what's proposed for us tonight is a denial. So if I'm understanding correctly, the process.
That is correct.
One little step, we just gotta reopen the public hearing as well, when we get to that point.
Should have stopped me a little while ago.
It's on a roll.
Thank you, Councilman Cavanagh. You're very wise. You should have stopped me before, but okay. Well, I would make a motion then to reopen the public hearing.
Second.
Motion second to reopen the public hearing. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The public hearing is reopened.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh, Councilman Taylor.
Okay, I'll see if I can get this right. So make a motion to continue the public hearing on file, I want to get this right, on file number H2024-0022 to allow staff and the applicant to work on conditions of approval and propose that this hearing be continued to December 10th.
Second.
Have a motion, a second. Is there discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Motion. Councilman Cavanagh.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make sure that Councilmember Taylor, in his motion, had intended to include either maybe at staff's discretion, development agreement, or a condition of approval that would tie a phasing plan to this request that would allow no more than, I think, 50 units a year, and to kind of track the, I apologize, it's 12:30 here in DC, so I'm trying to read my notes, but to follow the phasing plan that the applicant had proposed.
I'll modify that to the degree, because while I don't love the idea, I think it's a reasonable accommodation to accommodate some people's questions on this, and it seems like the applicant's okay as long as we built in a little bit of flexibility. So if I may restate that, then for clarity to kind of modify that. I make a motion to approve file number 2024-0022 so staff and the applicant can work on conditions of approval that would include a phased approach that would 40 homes per year with some flexibility of 10 homes plus or minus in that, and that the continuance be to December 10th.
Second agrees.
And we have motion second. Do we have further discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, just a couple thoughts. I would always urge people to take their time, just generally, and to review, to do a true continuance and review the staff's recommendations. But I just want to explain that I will be a no vote this evening. And part of where I'm coming from is feedback I've heard from people when I ran for office the first time and now the second time. Some of the biggest pain points I've heard from neighbors from previous councils were not following the comprehensive plan and making changes to it on a very frequent basis. I find that consistency in terms of expectations of surrounding property owners and neighbors is important. And so I'm a stickler for processes, and that's why I will be voting no this evening. Thanks.
Is there further discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman, whoever you are, Councilor Neri.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I just wanted to ask more with Bill and Linda, with this being the 10th, which means we'd have to have it back to the clerk by the 4th, and we're gone for 2.5 days next week. Is that going to be adequate time to both get what's the council said tonight, whatever's the applicant's going to need, and a proposed draft DA?
It's not, yeah, it's certainly more time is better for us. So it's really, but again, we don't have any conditions of approval. So we'll have to dig into that a little bit deeper. I know the holiday's coming up and we have other people out of the office too, to your point, Bill, they may be out. And we may have to coordinate too and make sure we're capturing everything they need as well. So if it's possible, I think 17th may be a little better for us, to be honest with you.
I just didn't want to delay it again and have an expectation with the applicant. That was all.
I've got faith and confidence in our staff and ability to do this. So if the 10th works, we don't have anything on the agenda we don't have a meeting next week. So it's like, there's a lot of free time, not a lot of free time, but there is free time to focus on this issue, in my opinion. Okay, we have a motion.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify,
Councilman Whitlock.
I thought I heard in the motion it was to approve initially.
It's to continue.
A motion to continue the public hearing on this so that staff can work on conditions approval.
Just wanted the record to reflect that.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Second
Good job.
agrees. Okay. All right. With that, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it, and the item is continued until December 10th. Okay. All right. With that, council, any other future meeting topics or a motion to adjourn?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Motion to adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned.